All right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you guys are well today. Ooh, it's early, but we're up. What's up, team? What's up, Hassan, Empty, Rod, Liv, Puppy, Hardic, DS? What's up, guys? All right, man. We are up. All right, good luck, Ryan. You know, I don't get into penny stocks, bro. Even if I held too long, I just don't get into penny stocks, man. Was there really a Palantir ad? Y'all better tell me how to say it right. I'm gonna say it wrong. Hey, thank you, DS. I appreciate it. Dude, are they really putting the ads up on my stream? Come on now, Palantir. Like, bro, I guess I had Palantir in the title, so they were just kind of throwing it up in the title to watch. That's funny. Honestly, you're like the fifth person to tell me that too. That they're actually putting ads up on my stream. Listen, I'm not holding Palantir, bro. Honestly, I was very honest. People were like, bro, you don't even know how to say it. I was like, dude, do y'all think I'm holding this right now? Because I'm not. No offense to anybody that's holding it. I'm not holding this thing, man. I don't even know how to say it right, bro. Come on now. You know? I had to get the Google Translate thing. Here, hold on.
Palantir.
You know, I had to use that every time I pronounced it, bro. I'm definitely not the guy you want to put ads on, but hey. Palantir. Yeah, I know. It'll be all right. All right, guys. Today we got Roblox earnings. Roblox down at 38.60s. We also have we've got like Fiverr earnings. We got CGC earnings. I think the trade desk already dropped theirs. They're down to $42 a share from 43.30s on the previous close. Yeah, I mean, and that might be true, Ryan. Like I said, I'm friends with Uncle Smokey. At least he was an old friend of the channel from a long time ago, you know? And so I get it. I really do. I understand. I just don't hold, like, I got to be honest with my viewers, I think. And I just don't hold any penny stocks. It's nothing against anybody or anything. They're just too volatile. Even if one specifically does really, really well long term, they're just too volatile. They're too hard to vet for me personally, you know? Disney. Yeah, I'm down at Disney. Yeah. I feel you, Ryan. Like I said, I'm not against it though. Like I'm not against MMAT. You know, I've been kind of off and on watching it for the last couple years. You know, I think I still follow Uncle Smokey, and so I kind of see him post. Yeah, he follows me, and I follow him, and so I kind of see him post every now and then about like openings for MMAT and all this other stuff. And so I'm not necessarily against it. I'm not a penny stock trader. You know what I mean? I see George P over there. Doing things. So I'm for it. I hope he does well. The real question today though is how does the crypto market look right now? The crypto market is the big question mark today. SPY is almost break even. It was originally red. It kind of moved to green. Let's look at the crypto market right now though, because that's the real market where it's kind of like, how is that really doing? Bitcoin down to 17s, man. Yeah. You look at like FTT US dollar. How's that doing? Down to 430s. Oof. Rough, man. Yeah, we covered the whole thing going on there. I might actually add to my Disney trade, though. We ended up scaling out of Disney. And so we're kind of break even on this trade now. It was a beach. It was a bed. Alex, Ricky, Johnny, Aaron. Hey, nice. Free my grandma. Did you get stuck in any of the crypto mess? No. I'm not really, I trade cryptocurrency and I hold, some Bitcoin and ETH. But, I'm holding that long term. So, I mean, I'm not really holding FTT token. I'm not really one that invests in the exchange tokens. I just don't know if that's the right move. Too many exchanges go belly up for me to really want to do that. Meta just fired 11,000 employees. What's really bad is that Tom Brady and Giselle put $650 million into maximizing their stake in the FTX crypto. That's crazy. So they're struggling right now. Missouri has voted to legalize cannabis. Elon Musk also revealed in an SEC filing that he sold a little bit under 20 million Tesla shares since Friday. So Meta's firing 11,000 employees. FTX crypto is done getting acquired by Binance because of insolvency. Elon Musk sold almost 20 million shares of Tesla. Yeah, is Binance gonna walk away from it now? Hmm. Are they walking away from Binance right now? Is Binance walking away from the FTX deal right now is what I mean. Hey, good luck, Alex. I feel so many people hold Bitcoin because they are down. Yeah, I mean, I hold all like a diversified number of things. Like I said, last year in crypto, for instance, I made money on Bitcoin and crypto and other stuff. But like, I'll tell you this, my average in Bitcoin is not super high. You know. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Binance is that it's non-binding, which is a problem. You know, Roblox, the other weird thing is Roblox doesn't actually say when they're going to drop. We've got Fiverr dropping sometime before the close. The trade desk, CGC drops at 7:15 or so. So in like 45 minutes, we've got like... We don't really have any other like big companies here. Wendy's drops at 7. Horton. DR Horton drops at 6:30. So like right now, CGC drops at 7:15. We don't know when Roblox is going to drop, which is kind of weird. They're not stating when they're going to drop. They're expecting 37-cent loss per share on a roughly 700 million in sales revenue, a little bit under 700 million in sales revenue. You playing Meta Swing? No, I'm not holding Meta right now. The only thing I'm holding is Disney. Yeah, BYND this evening. The real question is, how is it going to really impact all of crypto? Yeah, BYND. Yeah, but we can watch BYND, but like, I don't know. EU commissioner has proposed under fiscal rules review that debt reduction path should be agreed on an individual basis. Yeah, you see the SPY is mostly break even right now. Like it's mostly break even. It's not like... Okay, what's up, external? Yeah, FTX. The real worry I think here with FTX is how this is going to affect everything else. Like FTX, to a sense, is just another drop in the bucket, really. You know, now the real question here is, if FTX fails and Binance backs out, Maryland voted to legalize recreational marijuana. But if FTX fails and Binance does not end up following through with the buyout, which is probably a pretty high possibility right now, it's very unlikely that Binance, it's a non-binding letter of intent. That doesn't mean anything. Just to put it into perspective, if it's non-binding, they have no obligation to purchase FTX. And considering FTX has dropped, 80+% more, It's incredibly unlikely that Binance is going to follow through with the FTX purchase. Now, when they announce that, the entire crypto market's going to, drop more, in my opinion, and it's going to cause this snowball effect that's going to broadly impact all cryptocurrency as a whole, in my opinion. So listen, if you're really involved in crypto, y'all just be careful. All right, so here's some other investors of FTX that might get caught in the trickle effect. BlackRock, Ontario Pension Fund, Sequoia, Paradigm, Tiger Global, SoftBank, Circle, Ribbit, Allen Howard, Multicoin, Van Eck, and Temasek. Those are all investors into FTX, which is now essentially insolvent. The global cryptocurrency market cap just fell below 900 billion for the first time since January of 21. So AMC beat earnings. Where's AMC at right now? AMC still hasn't really done much since then. Also, I'm hearing some people say that KuCoin halted withdrawals. Musk sold almost $4 billion worth of Tesla. All right, guys. So again, the SPY is at 381.50s. We got AMC at 545s. All right, but Coinbase seems to be okay. Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong said, I have a lot of sympathy for everyone involved in the current situation with FTX. It's stressful anytime there is potential for customer loss. Second, Coinbase doesn't have any material exposure to FTX or FTT and no exposure to Alameda. I think it's important to reinforce what differentiates Coinbase in a moment like this. This event appears to be the result of risky business practices, including conflicts of interest between deeply intertwined entities and misuse of customer funds, i.e. lending user assets. Coinbase has always strived to be the most trusted player in the space, and we don't engage in this type of risky activity. We don't do anything with our customers' funds unless directed to by the customer. We hold all asset dollar for dollar, and users can withdraw their money at any time. We are incorporated in the U.S. and publicly listed. Every investor and customer can see our public audited financials, which show we hold customer funds. We never issued an exchange token. Part of the issue here is that regulators have focused onshore in each of their respective markets, while customers have moved offshore to companies with more opaque and risky business practices. To take the US as an example, 95+% of crypto trading has developed overseas because crypto regulation in the US has been hard to navigate. That's bad for the US, and Americans are still losing money in these overseas losses. The temptation for events like this is to call for more heavy-handed regulation. This would make the problem of crypto companies and crypto users going overseas worse. We should continue to work with policymakers to create sensible reg for centralized exchanges and custodians in each market, as we've been doing for some time. But then we now see we need a level playing field enforced. A bunch of other stuff he said, but essentially what he's saying, and it, is that they don't have an exchange traded fund. They don't have an exchange traded fund. They don't have they don't hold any native token. They don't have any risky assets, really. So that's a good sign for Coinbase. And if you look at Coinbase, it's not really reacting much. The market is actually trying to go green on the day. Here's Coin right here. So Coinbase is down, probably just because crypto is down, but it's not down big percentage-wise relative to what we saw. And I think in hindsight, here's the reality, right? Like, y'all want me to be honest about this in terms of cryptocurrency. This is really, 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 really bad for cryptocurrency in terms of FTT and FTX. Now, again, I don't have too much, I don't have too much exposure, right now, currently. I'm waiting for the bull run to start before I start to kind of get any type of big exposure to these markets again. And with that, I think one of the understandings here is that, like, when a platform tries to go native token, when a platform tries to go native token, here's what's happening. Okay, that company understands by having a native token, the CEO and the owners of the company can make far more money with a native token. Okay, this is the first thing to understand about this, is that they can make far, far more money with a native token than without one. It's one of the reasons you see a lot of these companies have native tokens, is because they can make more money with them. Still, it sets themselves up for riskier and riskier volatility. It sets themselves up for risk by having these native tokens, because what happens is that people start dumping. And when people start dumping, it snowballs. And I mean, of course, it can happen in stocks like with Coinbase, but Coinbase is regulated in the US. Most of this stuff and these risky leverages are happening overseas. And so that's essentially what's going on here. And it's important to understand. Hey, what's up, put spread? That's what Sam Bankman-Fried said. They don't do anything with the customers' funds, and it apparently was a lie. Yeah, I mean, I tend to believe Coinbase a little bit more, and I'll tell you why. Is because they're actually regulated in the U.S., and I know FTX was as well, but they're actually, the difference between FTX and Coinbase is simple. Coinbase is publicly traded, which means that Coinbase opens themselves up to far more financial scrutiny than FTX ever would, right? So while FTX's executives can kind of do whatever they want financially because they're not publicly listed or traded, Coinbase cannot. Coinbase cannot do those things because Coinbase is publicly traded, and the SEC can look into what they're doing anytime, and that can destroy the company. And so in that regard, I think being publicly listed saved Coinbase here. And I think, I see Coinbase dropping right now, and I think people are scared, but I might consider buying up some Coinbase just because I think they're one of the main legitimate ones left. I mean, Binance is obviously the biggest in the world, but, if we're looking for an American exchange, Coinbase seems to be it, especially with all this craziness going on. Hey, later, Beach. Yeah, y'all go check out Beach's channel. It's a great swing trading channel. Got some good swing trading content. It's youtube.com/beachbombtrading. Here's the link. Check it out. Binance Coin is a good buy. Yeah. VERU. Yeah, we also have Roblox earnings today here, which I know is not really a crypto stock, but it's related to the whole niche, and so we'll see. But yeah, there's Beach Bum's link in the chat, guys, if you want to check out his channel. Good swing trading content. All right, guys. SPY trying to tap over highs here. It's at 381.80s. We're going to put 3 charts up here, actually, so we can watch like AMC and the dollar and some other stuff here. AMC at 540s. We have the SPY in the middle here. Still red on the day. No, Beach Bum doesn't go live. He's a swing trader. I mean, he goes swing. I think he goes live on weekends. I don't really promote anybody that goes live at the same time as me. You know. And so Beach Bum, I'm pretty sure, doesn't. Yeah, FTX was the 3rd largest crypto exchange. It's insolvent now. Coinbase CEO on the unlikelihood of a deal with FTX. He said, quote, I had a number of conversations with people over the last 24 hours, and there's reasons why that would not make sense, and we're not quite at liberty to share the details now. It'll probably come out eventually, end quote. And that's from the Coinbase CEO regarding, an FTX deal. Vitalik, the founder of ETH, said 1 billion is still much more than I have. Yeah, all good, Beach. Yeah, Beach goes live Saturday and Sunday, I think. Good content. Good content for sure. But yeah. So, man, I'm kind of interested to see what the market looks like today, bro. Honestly, for y'all that don't understand the nuance of the markets right now, okay, I'm going to put this into perspective. The next 2 days can be incredibly crazy, incredibly volatile, and just different. Okay, they're different from normal times. This is not really normal times right now in cryptocurrency, especially. All right, right now we have the current nuance of the SPY in the overall market. We have CPI dropping tomorrow morning that we're going to stream as we always do, live as we always do. We got CPI dropping tomorrow morning. How is that going to impact everything? Because it can look something like if we get a negative CPI report, like a higher than expected CPI report, like if CPI, I think expectations are for 7.9 or 8%. If we come in higher than that, the market could go crazy here. If we come in higher than that, the market could, we could get a pretty brash reaction here. Again, when you consider all the nuance of cryptocurrency with FTX's insolvency and everything like that, it could be a weird few days, guys. So y'all stay put. Y'all be careful. I'm not going to tell you guys to do anything. I have no idea what's going to happen. If I do say something, I might be wildly wrong and have no idea what I'm talking about. But still, the next couple days could be crazy. So y'all be careful. That's all I'll say. It's a weird day. It's a weird few days, potentially. Yeah, markets could go down for sure. All right, guys. SPY's at 381.60s. All right, AMC at 540s. What is Jack's top 5? Hey, I'll ask him, man. Yeah, I mean, the CPI will wildly influence everything, including cryptocurrency as well. That's what I'm saying. So, like, if we get a bad CPI report here, Bitcoin might drop even more. It might get crazy. It's a weird market, man. It's a weird market. You know, the last 3 days have been very strange. We've had the lottery getting postponed. You know, the elections yesterday. We had the FTX insolvency news yesterday. We've got Elon Musk selling about $4 billion worth of Tesla shares. We got CPI tomorrow. We had AMC earnings yesterday as well. And yeah, it's just a weird day. Disney earnings as well. We ended up buying Disney. We'll probably add some more once we can. Basically, Binance went to war with FTX, announced they're selling a whole bunch of their tokens, causing a bank run. The market crashed. Investors panicked. CZ is now buying the whole company, and they might really back out of this. I don't think CZ is going to follow through with the FTX acquisition. And again, we covered the full story yesterday in our crypto show. We did cover the full story yesterday. Apparently, what happened, this is the real nuance of what happened, right? So Sam Bankman-Fried basically came out and said, Sam Bankman-Fried basically came out and said that he was going to be working with the government on some type of crypto regulation that people didn't agree with, basically, right? And so it kind of hurt his credibility massively over the last like week or two in terms of crypto credibility with Sam Bankman-Fried. So like he basically was going to work with the government on some type of crypto regulation. And people didn't like it. People got really mad. You know, Eric Voorhees came out pretty critical of that and all this stuff, you know. And then basically that destroyed his credibility in the crypto market. And that's when all of this kind of started, right? And it kind of shows you how fast things can change in crypto. Mac, what is it? A stock pawn? Yeah, so let's take a look at Mac. Roblox, man, I'm kind of disappointed they're not telling me when they're actually going to drop their numbers here. Here's Mac. Whoa, yeah, look at Mac here, guys. At first, I thought you would talk about Mattress Mac. But yeah, I'll look this up right now. They are up. This is Miramac Pharmaceuticals. They're up 100% following ISPN reports that one of their bio drugs met their primary and key secondary endpoints. It's now eligible for up to $450 million milestone payment for the pancreatic cancer treatment. So that is the news here with Mac. That is the catalyst here. We'll put this number up in chat if you guys want to see it. That is the news right there. You can see it in chat. Interesting here. Yeah, crypto crash. I'm putting this. I'm kind of tagging some stuff here. Yeah, man, this is kind of crazy here. All right, guys. So again, we do have Mac just going absolutely crazy here. I'm looking at the float size for this. Got to peep out the float size of this here. Meta, yeah, Meta's been actually running up. What do you think about buying a put on Disney? I don't like it at all. I think that's a pretty crazy bet. The U.S. NBA 30-year mortgage rate came in at 7.14%. 7.14%. NBA mortgage applications are minus 1% or minus 0.1% when previously they were down 0.5%. 30 mortgage rate, yeah, the mortgage market index came in at 199, previously 200.1. U.S. MBA purchase index was 162.6. Previous was 160. Mortgage refinance index came in at 373.1. Previous 386.7. 8:30 tomorrow, Nathan. 8:30 tomorrow. We'll stream it live. Yeah, NBA data just dropped. Yeah, I'm not really much of a penny stock trader, regardless of these big parabolic gains. I mean, if you learned anything from Huddy, guys, look at Huddy. I told people, and again, this really confirmed everything I believe about penny stocks. All right, so like Huddy ripped up. You can see this ripping up. Huddy ripped up huge percentages. It went up from like $10, $20 all the way up to $192. Literally this morning, before this big drop here, I told people, I said, hey, look, I think people in Huddy are about to lose a lot of money. You know, anybody sitting in Huddy getting greedy are probably about to lose a lot of money. And literally within a few hours, they announced their offering here, $25 a share offering, and Huddy tanked all the way down. They lost huge percentages of their value in such a short period of time. And this is what people don't understand, is that these sketchy, low float, obscure companies manipulate markets. And this is what they do. They pump themselves up on artificial volume. They pump themselves up. Maybe they put out a bunch of sketchy catalysts that are not true. Maybe they get insiders to buy a bunch of shares. Whatever they do, they pump it up, right? They pump the price of their stock up to obscenely high levels that are never, ever going to hold. They get a bunch of young, naive retail traders buying it up, desperate to not miss out on big gains and YOLO trades and, tendies. They get a bunch of naive young traders to rip it up as it goes up. And then because they don't make money anywhere else, once they're at the highest price they could ever possibly be, they slam an offering on the books, right? This one was a $25 a share offering, and they leave everybody sitting up here. And they know what's going to happen when they announce this offering. They leave everybody up here. Everybody that bought it up here, holding it and just getting absolutely destroyed. Happens all the time. And then those young, naive retail traders, a lot of the time, instead of selling like they should here, they sit on it, desperately hoping that one day it's going to come back. What's more likely is that the company eventually gets delisted, goes to pink sheets, and you never hear from it again. That's honestly far more likely, in my opinion. But again, I see this all the time, man. We see it all the time. Y'all just be careful. I'm not saying Mac is going to do the same thing. I really have no idea. The Mac catalyst seems to be much more legitimate because it's from positive trial results. And so for biotech companies, they can be incredibly volatile and they can have positive trial results, which can massively move the stock. And so just to be fair here, this is a much more legitimate catalyst, like by far. I don't really trade biotechs. I don't like trading biotechs. Too much risk for me personally myself. But this is a more legitimate catalyst. So we'll see if we hold. Yeah, and Cal. Listen, penny stocks. What I'm saying though, well, the reason I'm saying this is because you got people that hold penny stocks long term in Cal. You know what I mean? Like you really do. You get people that hold these long term. Again, a lot of them get stuck. A lot of them refuse to exit. In the end, though, there's just risk. Y'all be careful. Meta pump it up. Meta laid off 13,000 employees and they're ripping up. Which report? So the CPI report drops tomorrow morning at 8:30. NBA purchase index dropped. We're waiting for the Roblox numbers to drop. They didn't give out a time, but they do drop sometime this morning. Wendy's dropped 24-cent profit EPS on 23-cent estimates. So Wendy's came out with better than expected. But yeah, the reason I wouldn't buy puts on Disney is simple. Disney is too diversified long-term and makes too much money. I guess it depends on the time frame, but they're so extended now on the downside. Like Disney just dropped from basically $100 down to 91.60s. And so in that regard, like if you look at me trading Disney here, like I could even show you my Disney trades and you can see kind of how I trade this, right? If we show the trades here, Last time we bought Disney was right here. Look, we bought up a bunch of shares. We sold it on the bounce, right? But if we scroll down, like I can enlarge this and you guys can see how much I really trade Disney here. Let's put a 90-day chart up here. Y'all see how I really trade Disney here. Look, I scale in here with large size 100 plus shares, ride it up. Look, we bought it at 91.60s, sold it at 97, sold the last little bit at 100. Right, so we rode it up from 91 to 100, sold a little bit more at 103s, right? So you can see that was the final position. Again, we load up here, we start selling up here. You know, again, we buy it at lows. So you can see here, like you can see all this accumulation down here. We sell it at highs. Again, we can keep scrolling back here, and these are pulled directly from my platform on my swing trades. I can't fake this. We start to really scale in size here, and we start selling once we get to the top. So you'll see me on pullbacks. I kind of add in. I do the same thing. Sometimes it's a shorter term trade. So sometimes I'll start to scale in down here. Once we get the quick rebound over the next few days, I sell it up here. You know, and we just kind of rinse and repeat this over and over and over again with Disney. You know, you can see us kind of how much we've traded this, swing traded it off and on over the years, man. And we've made a lot of money with it on the way down too. And so, you know, our latest buy, we bought a little bit down here and we're kind of holding it from this dip. But yeah, that's how you trade it. And I think I've been green on literally every single trade I've gotten into with Disney, literally every single trade. And so I'm certainly biased against buying put options on Disney. Disney just owns too much. Disney owns Marvel, Star Wars. Star Wars is going to announce a new movie sometime soon. I'm sure that's going to make Disney pop up some. Marvel as well. Had some good stuff happening with it. ESPN, you know what I mean? Football season, you know, Disney owns ESPN, Star Wars, Marvel, just a lot of big media brands and companies. And so I'm not betting against them. You know, I think especially after these big drops. I mean, I think people have to understand once we get these big drops like this, in my opinion, we're more extended on the downside. And so likelihood that we bounce up is much higher because we've dropped such a massive amount in a short period of time. At least that's how I trade. You know, I look for big extension on the downside and buy dips is what I usually do. And it turns out, like I said, I've made money on almost, I think every Disney trade I've gotten into, I've made money on, you know, over the last like 3 months, 4 months, every Disney trade that I can remember at least. Maybe there's like a day trade that I didn't make money on one time, but I can't remember any. Cash. I'm buying it with cash, James. Yeah, I've definitely thought about upping my share size and swing trading for sure. My swing trades have just been on point, and so in that regard, I've really thought about scaling up just because I've made so much money on my swing trades. The way I trade works very well. It works very well, which is you wait for big extension. You know, again, I see some people saying, "Oh, Disney earnings were terrible." I don't think that really matters right now. Like the huge edge that you get playing with these large blue chip companies is simple. I can hold this for years if I need to. I really can. I'll hold it for years if I need to. And I think in hindsight, you know, or I think looking at it long term, I mean, I think Disney is obviously going to be over $90 a share in 2 years, 3 years. You know, it's Disney. It owns too much. It owns so many media assets that it doesn't matter. Yeah, Disney missed on EPS, but what were their sales revenue? I know I dropped this yesterday. Let me look at my banners here. Yeah, Disney posted. So here's the thing, right? Disney missed on EPS, but they put out an explanation for it and why. They said advertiser interest has been strong. The CFO estimates that the impact of Hurricane Ian is expected to be about $65 million. They said robust demand for domestic parks. Disney Plus even grew about 40%. Yeah, so Disney Plus Q4 subscribers were at 164 million versus the 162 million consensus. They even own Hulu, you know. And so I think long-term Disney's an easy buy. It makes just plenty of sense to buy that up. Yeah, they might drop down lower than 85, but even still, that's pretty close to where my entry is. And I can be a little bit more loose with my trade than that. You know, and again, just to put this into perspective, guys, just to show you what I did yesterday, I bought most of my shares yesterday, right? So if we look at Disney again here, I entered this after the earnings drop. And this is a strategy that I have used very, very often, because one thing that I would notice is that these companies would have these big reactions to earnings, and then short term they bounce back some, right? And so in that way, what I would do is I would wait for these big earnings reactions here. And then as soon as we get the bounce back, I would take profit into it. And so I'd buy this up on the bottom. And then once we bounce, I'd take profit. So you can see I took most of my profit off. I'm actually only holding about 20 shares of Disney at this point in time. So I'm actually pretty flat in Disney. I'm not really holding any big positions here. I took most of my profit. You can see I bought it at 93s, 92s. I sold it at 94, basically. So I already took most profit off. And so that has me actually pretty flat on this trade. And the only thing I'm really holding is 20 shares of this now. And so this is a very small position. I already took profit for Disney. Yeah, it might go down to 85. TTD is another good one having earnings. Yeah, I think TTD already dropped their numbers here. So I think the trade desk already dropped earnings. They posted 26 cent per share EPS, better than the 23 cent estimates, and 394.77 million in sales revenue, better than the 386 roughly expected in sales revenue. So the trade desk already dropped numbers, and they came in better than expected. So if we look at TTD here, they dropped numbers. They came in better than expected, and they're moving up from it, basically. Still waiting for Roblox here. We did get Wendy's. We did get Fiverr numbers. Fiverr numbers did just drop. Fiverr posted third quarter EPS of 21 cents, beat the 14-cent estimates. Fiverr numbers up on screen, and we'll look at Fiverr here as well. So this Fiverr beat estimates. CPI reports tomorrow, Amir. What is your risk on the trades? No, I'm not going to hold indefinitely. Usually my risk is, you know, a couple $100 is usually what I'm risking. Like, I won't let my loss go past a couple $100 on these swing trades. The last swing trade I lost on was Meta. I bought it at like 101s, ended up selling it at like 99s. I lost like $100. You know, had about 100 shares. Yeah, it's always risky to take any big sizable position ahead of earnings, Mayor. You know what I mean? I'm not telling you what to do. I have no idea what it's going to do, but taking big sizable positions pre-earnings report, earnings report's kind of like a coin flip. Like, we don't know what's going to happen in that regard. And so because of that, you know, just be careful. Yeah, Mac. Yeah, y'all be careful. Mac is still breaking highs, man. Look at Mac. Mac is up to 1250s. Again, good biotech results, good trial results here. Yeah, CPI expectations are for 7.9 or 8%, depending on where you look. Hopefully we come in a little bit lower, but who knows? Tomorrow we will see. Yeah, it'll be interesting. But I'm seeing 7.9 everywhere, but not according to the CPI is 8. Well, it's not anything. Yeah, these are just analyst estimates, right? So these are just analyst estimates. Meta, guys, look at Meta. Meta's popping up here. It's still pretty low relative to where it was a couple months ago, but Meta's doing better here. Meta's laying off 13,000 employees. I think it's 13K. It might be 12K or 11K. It's something like that. Yeah, this is what I posted on Twitter regarding the crypto situation, because I see a lot of people like making fun of Sam Bankman-Fried in the crypto space. And this is what I said. I said, everybody poking fun at Sam must not understand how much this will hurt crypto. I'm pretty flat in everything until the bull run starts, because I'm pretty flat in crypto right now until the bull run starts. Still, for those holding, it is probably going to get worse when Binance backs out of the quote non-binding deal. And so that's an important thing to understand, is that this Binance deal is probably not going to happen. And when that is announced, it's going to drastically impact cryptocurrency in a negative way. So y'all be careful, man. It's a weird market. If you're in cryptocurrency right now, just be careful. I'm not telling you to exit. I'm not telling you what to do. What I'm telling you is that there might be more drops on the horizon. And if you can't handle big drops, then, do what you need to do. I'm not telling you what to do. Who knows what's going to happen? Bitcoin down to 17.5K. So. $11K. Okay, got you. Yeah, Coinbase is the most legitimate crypto platform in the world right now, especially even, I know Binance is technically bigger, but the benefit of Coinbase is that they're not doing what Sam said. This is why Coinbase is not doing what Sam said. Again, Coinbase is regulated in the United States. And I even said, it might be worthwhile of a dip buy earlier, because it might be worthwhile for a dip buy. Again, the benefit of Coinbase, and maybe I'll buy a piece of this, we'll buy 20 shares. The benefit of this is that Coinbase is publicly traded, which means that they have to show their books to everybody, which means that they are unable to sit on big, sizable, risky assets like Sam did. They're unable to. The SEC would spot it, announce it, and that would hurt the stock. And so I'm not saying they're not holding anything risky. I mean, most companies are holding something risky. But it's definitely a little bit better than I would say Binance right now. I think this is going to hurt Binance too. I think this is going to hurt the entire crypto space enough to where people aren't going to trust it, I think, in my opinion. What do you guys think? What are your thoughts on buying Tesla puts? I'm not really a puts buyer. I just think there's too much risk. And I think most things are down too much for me to feel comfortable buying puts. Essentially, buying puts right now, you're basically betting that the market is going to crash. And I think that's a really hard bet to be right about. But do your thing, man. Listen, again, I might be wildly wrong. Maybe Tesla just crashes down. But again, when you look at the yearly chart on Tesla and the extension on the downside that most things are in, the only justifiable, I understand buying far outside the money put options for tomorrow in case we get a really negative reaction. You can get some really cheap far outside the money put options and then just kind of capitalize on the huge drops we get. I might buy something like that on the SPY or something, but we're not going to be taking any big sizable positions. Yeah, Mac flying up the 1360s. Yeah, when I look at Mac, let's look at the float size. Float size of Mac is 10 million. So tiny float as well. Very small float. Not really much of a short float. Tesla's starting to rebound though. All right, guys. So again, Tesla bouncing back. Let's see if Mac holds here. So Mac hit this 1375 level. Coinbase starting to bounce back. We're still watching Fiverr and waiting for the Roblox earnings to drop, which I'm not sure when they are. I'm kind of checking everything. I don't see Roblox numbers coming out yet. If you guys know when they're actually scheduled to drop the earnings, let me know. But I don't see Roblox numbers at all. All they said was that they're going to come out sometime before market open. And so we're just kind of patiently waiting for that. Coinbase, we did buy a little bit of Coinbase here. We'll see what happens there. Roblox down to $38 a share. CPI tomorrow is at 8:30. Yeah, this is a make or break moment for crypto for sure. I think what happens is that you got all this kind of gold rush for platforms that sprouted up over time, right? I think you got this gold rush of platforms where, you know, crypto came out, people realized that like for a relatively small amount of money, again, relative to what it would cost to create like a stock market platform, you get a lot of these crypto companies sprouting up and wanting to do it themselves, right? And so you get all these obscure small companies that kind of started up. And, you know, of course they need users and they have users, but over time, you know, most of them fail and users end up losing money on these platforms. But it creates this type of dynamic where, you know, the CEOs are trying to do whatever they can to compete with the others. And, you know, a lot of them are so heavily reliant on the price of overall crypto that when we had this crypto winter sparked from the Luna disaster, you know, with Luna, a lot of these exchanges that are kind of doing this gold rush in crypto lost so much money that they had to take on riskier and riskier assets just to stay afloat. A lot of them went out of business. And so we're kind of seeing the effects of that now. You know, is it one of those things where the Luna disaster is going to completely hurt crypto in a massive, massive way? I don't know. Yeah, let's do a poll here. Sorry, bro. We did a poll. Yeah, let's do a poll. The poll is going to be, do we have a higher or lower CPI? Or will the CPI come in higher or lower than expected? Higher, worse than expected. Lower, better than expected. And we'll do another one for on par with expectations. And then we can say 8% is what we're calling it. All right, so there's the poll. You're welcome, sir. Hey, what's up, Spac? Hey, what's up, brother? Yeah, I don't know. Look at Mac. Mac is testing highs. It's at 1360s right now. 1360s. Fiverr did have good numbers. Again, here's AMC. Here's the SPY itself on the right. Let's look at the previous close here. Our previous close is right at 382. So we are in a red day in markets. Y'all do me a favor, hit that like button if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe button. Looking at our poll already at 52 votes, we got 46% saying higher, 29% saying lower, 25% saying on par. Let me know what you guys think. Twitter's a crazy place right now, man. FTX had $6 billion in net withdrawals in 3 days. Meta cutting 11,000 jobs. Kramer came out in early October saying he was bullish on Disney. Now Disney's down. All right, guys. Meta's actually doing okay with the 11,000 layoffs here. SPY popping up to over 380s. You know, over the last like 30, 40 minutes. Now, let's see if we actually hold. All right, so Hood dropped 20% yesterday, according to Benzinga. FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried has 56,273,469 shares in Robinhood. There's speculation that Bankman-Fried will have to sell some or all of the 7.6% stake. All right, guys. So yeah, so Mac up there to 1375. It's been a good freaking week for Mac traders. Sorry, it's been a good week for Macs. You know, we had Mattress Mac win 75 million from his investment betting on the Astros. We have Mac stock having good trial results. Rip it up today. Yeah, I'm not really a politics V. I'm not really, you know, not really going to talk about it. I don't really care about politics at all. Both sides, I just, boring, you know. I was talking to my daughter about this, right? About politics. And it's so crazy how it's like, no matter, like, regardless of it, you can look at every single politician out there. Every single politician out there. And I noticed this when you look at Twitter, right? Regardless of which side, both good and bad, you know, whatever you want to say, both sides of politics, right? You look at any politician and people are going to be like, nah, this guy has this dirt on them. Like, they're like, basically, no matter what politician you look at, they all have quote unquote dirt on them. You know what I mean? And so it's like, it just shows you how snaky of a realm politics are, where it's like both sides just have to disparage the other side. And it's just kind of, I just stay away from it. I just dislike the entire realm of politics. Like, that's just a snaky place. I just don't want to have anything to do with that. Both sides, really. You know, it's not just one side, it's both. And I just rather just, you know, I'm just not interested in any of that. Yeah, it affects the market, sure. But am I going to root for a political side like it's my football team? No. It's not what I'm about, man. Yeah, and you could look at the commercials and just see how bad it is, man. It's just, Yeah, no, I'm not mad at you for asking, V. It's all good. Yeah, it's all good. All right, SPY up to 380s. Mac just broke highs up to 1430s. All right, guys. So we got the SPY starting to pop back up. It's at 381.10. So let's see if we hold 381s. I think that's a big level to watch here. Yeah, all good, V. You don't have to apologize. It's all good to talk about it. I mean, y'all can, ask me about it. It's all good. But yeah, Mac had positive trial results up to 14.13. So we're watching that this morning. Roblox, still waiting for the actual earnings to come out. Just don't see anything. Just don't see anything regarding this yet. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what you realize. Like, even if you look at like Twitter, right? It's like they're like, but this guy did this, dun dun dun, and then you look at the comments and say, well, nah, well this guy did that, and it's just kind of like, bro, like we can't find a constructive way to do this here without just kind of talking smack. You know what I mean? Like, there's no constructive way. Like even the commercials, right? Like. Yeah, Mac up big at 1411s. Yeah, looking at the poll here, we got 157 votes, 49%. Roughly half of people think we're going to come in worse than expected, higher than expected for CPI inflation data. 23% think lower than expected, about 30%, a little bit under 30% think on par with expectations. Elon Musk sold about $4 billion worth of Tesla over the last few days. Yeah, for sure. CPI is tomorrow morning at 8:30. Meta up at almost 101s here. All right, guys, Mac's still up there. Yeah, OXY dropped earnings yesterday. We did cover those a little bit. I think they mixed results. They came in, some were worse, some were better. 252 EPS for the third quarter, or 244, missed the 246 estimates. Sales beat expectations. So OXY had mixed results, better than expected EPS, worse than expected sales revenue is what happened. Still waiting on the Roblox numbers here. Nothing for Roblox. We did have Fiverr numbers drop. Still waiting on Roblox numbers. They're scheduled to come out sometime this morning, but who knows when. Hey, what's up, Rhino? Hey, I'm doing good, man. Hopefully you're doing good as well. Yeah, all good, Nino. Yeah, CPI will be really interesting to see what happens here, to be honest. Are many actually invested in Mac? No, of course not. Most people are buying this up most people are buying this up, trying to jump on the train. Right. Eventually, though, it's kind of like picking up pennies in front of a train track, right? Eventually, it might work. You might be able to buy, ride this up. Eventually, it's going to turn. And, a lot of people are going to lose money. Yeah, I mean, I agree. People thrive on drama, and people are easy to manipulate, you know. Wendy's dropped their numbers. Wendy's dropped third quarter EPS of 24 cents, beat the 23 cent estimate. Sales of 532 million, missed the 539.4 million estimate. So Wendy's did drop their numbers. We'll put these numbers in chat if you haven't checked them out. Meta's at 101. Trade Desk dropped their numbers too. In June, Jim Cramer called FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried the, quote, new JP Morgan. Today, Sam's net worth fell $14.6 billion. The Cramer curse, man. The Cramer curse, bro. I don't even know if Cramer was like, yo, John, come on Mad Money, which he would never offer me because there's too much, critical history from me. But if he did, I don't even know if I'd go on the show, Yeah, FTT is the new Luna, a lot of people think. UPST also kind of had some pretty rough times here. If we look at UPST, a year ago, UPST was at $400 roughly, a little bit under $400. Now it is at $15. Yeah, Mac rejecting 14s. CPI's tomorrow. Yeah, CPI's tomorrow at 8:30. We're going to stream it live like we always do. All right, guys. All right, guys, Mac pull it back again. Roblox is dropping earnings today. We don't know when they're going to come out, but we're waiting on their earnings to come out. FTT. So I had money. What's up, Andrew? Hey, how you doing in all this craziness, dude? FTT. So I had money stuck in Voyager. They are supposed to be being bought out by FTX. Now FTX might be bought out by Binance. I'm never going to see them coins. You're probably right, bro, unfortunately. Yeah, he might inverse your life. How Meta rise up? Meta just laid off 11,000. Well, that's going to free up money. So for all those wondering how Meta right now is kind of doing well in the wake of them firing 11,000 employees, one of the big arguments against Meta here is that they overhired. They overhired. People just said they hired too many people. And so to that degree, a lot of people speculated that they were overhiring. They were just hiring too many people. And with that, that kind of, made people less optimistic in them. So because of that, them coming out basically saying, yo, we're hiring, or we're firing, or we're getting rid of 11,000 people, for most people, it's seen as positive right now. And so in that regard, most people are looking at it positively because of that. Yeah, and I don't know what I want to do with Disney here. We're still holding a little piece of Disney. I might add some more. Depends on what the SPY does. The SPY's starting to rebound here. And so I'm actually pretty close to break even on Disney now. And so I'm green on the trade, actually, like totally. I ended up buying about 60 shares of Disney yesterday, and I took off most of it. I still got like 30 shares, 40 shares left. Or I sold 40 shares, and I'm only holding 20 left, and we're about break even on that 20. So I'm still green on the trade just from taking profit yesterday for Disney. And I don't know what we're going to do. I think I'm just going to hold this and just let it rebound. I think we got time to rebound. Another potential dip buy is Tesla. Again, Tesla, I don't know, though. I'm less confident in Tesla. I think Tesla's a little bit too volatile for me, and I think they might be a little bit saturated in terms of vehicle production numbers, especially with Elon selling some shares. I don't know. I just don't know if I trust it like that. Hey, good luck here. And again, I don't want people to copy me. I have no idea what Disney will do. It might just crash down for all I know. I have no idea what Disney will do. Not an investment professional, not liable. If you lose, you always got to make your own assessment, trade responsibly. As you guys can see, don't sue me. Meta's rising up though on the layoff news. Meta's popping up. Yeah, looking at what's going on in the economy right now, we don't really have much going out. We have like Mexico CPI dropped this morning at 7 a.m. Came in lower than expected on every metric for Mexican CPI. Again, lower than expected, which is great news. It's good for the economy. I mean, hopefully that's a little bit of a foreshadowing into what we get tomorrow. Nothing really else big coming out today. We got wholesale inventories dropping at 10. Crude oil imports dropping at 10:30 and all that stuff happening. Trade crypto instead, bro. Not right now. I'm pretty flat in crypto, bro. Crypto, that's playing with fire right now with the whole thing going on. Crypto's playing with fire. All right, guys. So Meta's still looking okay, man. SPY ripping up on this Meta rebound. So Meta's doing okay here. It doesn't look bad. Y'all can hear the music, correct? Let me know if you can. You should be able to. Roblox, we're waiting on Roblox numbers to drop. We don't really have anything yet. Mac on the left, though, making big moves. Roblox, nothing out. They didn't really give us a time schedule for Roblox here, so we don't really know when the numbers are going to come out. We're just kind of waiting here. So we don't actually know when the actual like legitimate numbers are going to come out for Roblox. They're scheduled to come out sometime today. But the market's looking good, man. Meta's bouncing back after basically firing 11,000 people. SPY moving up, testing, over VWAP, over 200 moving average. I see Phillips 66 plans to return an additional 10 to 12 billion to shareholders by the end of 24. Boost share buyback by 5 billion US. Expects to increase adjusted EBITDA of US dollar about 3 billion over 3 years for Phillips 66, which is PSX is the symbol. Also, guys, y'all be careful here. All right. Frankly, I see a lot of people promoting like binary options, and they're a scam. Like binary options are so scammy. I'm going to tell you why. Okay, they'll say, "Oh, it's so easy. Look how easy it is to trade binary options." The problem is that with binary options, you consistently get worse than a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio. So like you're risking 1 to make 0.85 or whatever the percentage is. And so you're consistently getting bad risk reward ratios. It's going to be far better to just trade regular stocks. Okay. And most of the time, the binary option market is pushed up by affiliates. So we're just trying to make money. Again, I have my own affiliates and sponsors, of course, but binary options, the entire realm of that is pretty sleazy, pretty scammy. Crypto trading is okay. Gotta be smart. Look like, yeah. Y'all be safe. Okay, music is on. Cool. Hey, what's up, Bob? It's just lo-fi music. We're just putting on lo-fi music. All right, guys. Again, Meta's up to 101.70s here. 101.70s. We got the SPY at 381.50s. All right, guys. Tesla at 193.90s here. 193.90s. Hey, what's up, Tiny? Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't know right now. I've never traded Butterfly. Yeah, and be careful. I think when Binance backs out of the FTX deal, I think the whole crypto market's going to crash more. Y'all be careful. Again, I don't know. Again, not an investment professional. No idea what it's going to do. No idea what you should do. No idea what I'm talking about. But it's a possibility that the crypto market crashes if Binance backs out of this deal. The SPY's actually starting to move back up a little bit. We did buy some Coinbase, though. In the wake of all this stuff, we bought some Coinbase shares. And we are down. But that's okay. All right, guys, Meta at 101.70s. Yeah, Luna collapsing, Celsius, Voyager collapse, FTX collapse. Man, it's kind of crazy. All right, guys. So yeah, Coinbase dipped a little bit from where I bought it. We bought it at exactly 50, but we still got time. I don't know if Coinbase is safe. I have no idea. Personally, myself, I really have no idea. You know. Okay, gotcha. Again, no idea what anything's gonna do. Again, I tend to be a dip buyer, so I look for cheap stocks. I look for big drops in healthy blue chip companies, and I buy those dips. All right. Last couple of days, I bought Coinbase and Disney, but again, no idea what we're gonna do in these. No idea if they're gonna continue up or down or sideways. Literally, have no idea what these are gonna do. And y'all be careful and be safe. Well, we got a second, guys. We need 5 subscribers to break 91K. Just 5 little baby subscribers, okay? I would never, ever, ever pressure you to subscribe, but if you don't, I'll hate you forever and ban you for life, okay? Subscribe now. I'm just joking, kind of. But yeah, subscribe now if you haven't already. We appreciate the love and support, of course. We're up to almost 91K. We appreciate it. We're growing. CPI tomorrow is going to be big, big. We will stream the entire thing live as soon as it happens, as we always do. Yeah, Lucid, we had a lot of losses in earnings yesterday. I'm not saying I lost money. I'm saying a lot of earnings came in worse than expected, specifically Lucid, Disney. We had a bunch of them. Mara. Just a lot of them. Upstart, UPST, Affirm, AFRM. You know, just a lot of losses in earnings. A lot of stuff came in worse. Yeah, we're green on our Disney trade. Like we were up some, and then Disney ended up dropping some more. But what we did was we bought Disney on the dip here. So Disney dropped. We bought it at like 92s, 93s, and then it bounced to 94 plus, and we sold most of the position. And now we're sitting on a small 20 share position, mostly break even on the last 20 shares. But we already took a lot of profit, so we're on the full trade. We're green, just kind of sitting break even on the last little bit. Hey, thank you, Mark. All right, we try, bro. Yeah, I always try to tell people, like, whenever I buy companies, I buy real companies. Like, I buy blue chip companies. I don't buy up and coming growth companies. Like, I don't care about any of those, man. Most of those are gonna fail. Like Affirm, like Upstart. Like, I'm not saying those are gonna fail, but like mid caps, I stray away from. There's too much risk. You know, a lot of people get greedy and they want to buy like mid caps because they think the growth is where. They think that's where the growth is. Unfortunately, most of those are going to struggle, and you know, few of them succeed. All right, so OKX, KuCoin, Poloniex, and Huboy are going to do proof of reserves, letting users verify their Bitcoin funds are actually there. All right, guys. So again, market's starting to bounce back a little bit here. Meta is one of the most successful companies of the day here today in terms of price action. Here we also have Roblox that we're just kind of waiting for the numbers to drop. They're scheduled to drop sometime this morning, but we don't know when or where they're going to drop. Yeah, for sure, Mark. What are your thoughts on funded trading programs? Well, I'm in a funded trading program. Again, I'm sponsored by a funding trading program as well. as well. I'm sponsored by TopStep. And I think, again, people hate on funded account programs. Most of the time, those are people that have just not been able to get funded. What people have to understand is like only legitimate real traders can get funded. Like it's not something that everybody's going to get funded because, frankly, most people lose in trading. Like most people lose in trading, and so it's hard to get funded because most people lose. But I think if you find a legitimate one, I'm sponsored by TopStep, which is the most legitimate one in the world, in my opinion. They pay out millions every year, fund thousands of traders a year, are regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, pay out millions, fund thousands. Again, regulated in the US. You know what I mean? I think if you can find a legitimate one, they have value. And I'll tell you why. Again, there's no PDT in futures, right? So if you look at the E-mini on the middle, and you look at the SPY on the right, this is the same price action. You can see consolidation up, same price action. But you can trade this middle side with no PDT restrictions in futures. And so a lot of new traders gravitate to penny stocks, right? Where it's like, you can trade penny stocks. You're still going to be restricted by the PDT rule. Incredibly volatile and risky. Most people lose. Predatory marketing telling people you can get rich in penny stocks, just a bunch of nonsense. The reality of it is the futures market is the easiest way to get around the PDT rule. You could essentially trade the S&P 500. That's what the E-mini is the S&P 500. And you can trade it with no PDT restrictions. If you look at like Apple, for instance, right? Apple looks strikingly similar today to the SPY. And so you'll notice most blue chips follow the market anyway. And so you can trade essentially the market with no PDT restrictions in futures. And TopStep funds traders. And so they give them a demo. If you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules, they fund you. We're working on getting funded right now. Here's our P&L. So we're working on getting funded right now. Here's our P&L. We did make money yesterday, I believe. Yeah, we made, about $180, $175 yesterday. And so we did make money yesterday. Again, here is me since we started the program. And so we're working our way on getting funded now. And I just think it's a lot cheaper to try this out than put your money in penny stocks. It's a lot cheaper to try this out than put up the 10K yourself, And I think most people are going to lose. Most people are not going to be able to get funded. But I think that's fine because it's going to save traders money. It's a lot cheaper to spend 130 something a month. If you use my link, you get 20% off. It's a lot cheaper to do that and lose than it is to put up 10K yourself in the futures market and lose, And so this is going to allow people to try it out, see how good of a trader they are. And for most people, it's going to make them better traders. All right, so it looks like Roblox just dropped. If you want to check them out, there's the link in chat. Again, they are a sponsor of mine, so I'm certainly biased in their favor. Roblox did just drop their numbers here. They are dropping down massively on these results. Revenue came in at $517.7 million, $517.7 million for Roblox here. Expectations were for almost $700 million, so way worse than expected revenue. I'm looking for EPS right now, but yeah. Roblox is reacting bad to this. Down to $36, $35 for Roblox. Revenue, 517. Roblox third quarter revenue, 517 million. We're waiting to find the EPS here, but man, yeah, Roblox got beat. Bad. Right, for sure, JB. And what TopStep does really well, here's the EPS. So Roblox missed on everything. Here's the full numbers for Roblox in chat. We'll put them up on screen. The good thing about TopStep is like TopStep allows you to okay, so if you get funded and then you lose your funded account, instead of having to start all the way over in the challenge, which is what most places make you do, TopStep allows you to go right back to step 2, right back to phase 2. And so then you pass phase 2, boom, you're funded again, right? And I think that's a huge benefit of TopStep, because it means that like getting funded actually means something. Like you don't have to start all the way over to get funded again. You know what I mean? And so I think that's a huge benefit of trading there. Again, Roblox numbers are in chat. Again, we're using Quant Tower as our futures brokerage, Quant Tower. Again, this is where this is pulled from. This is pulled directly from the platform itself, right? Again, of course, I'm biased in their favor. What I really like, though, is my win-to-loss ratio this entire time, right? So if you look at my win-loss ratio, it's 2.75 to 1. And so it's like this is pulled directly from a platform. Can't fake it. This is my profit graph pulled directly from the platform. Can't fake it. 2.75 to 1 profit ratio. So not bad here. We'll take it. All right, but yeah, man, Roblox is getting destroyed right now. Getting destroyed here. You can see it all the way down to $35 a share here for Roblox. Jack was right about it, man. Jack predicted about 6 months ago that Roblox would be half the price, and he was actually right. It actually did a little bit worse than that. But yeah, Roblox getting destroyed. How will this affect big tech? I'm not sure. Again, Meta up to 102s. Meta up to 102s, but man, struggle for Roblox, man. Also, my son is 8 years old. Also, we're going to put it in sub-only mode. If you haven't already subscribed, we are going to throw it in sub-only mode. And so if you have not yet subscribed, we certainly appreciate the support. We're going to keep growing. Announce yourself. Show us that you're subscribed. Help us break 91K. I think we broke it already, but hit that subscribe button if you haven't. Help us break 91K. We certainly appreciate it. SPY starting to push up a little bit. Roblox is breaking down here. Yeah, I kind of feel that, man. I mean, that's... no. If you don't withdraw and you lose your account, no. You don't get the 20K you earned. I mean, to be honest, you probably shouldn't leave 20K in your books, though. I mean, that's... Like, the reality of it is, if you make 20K in these funded account programs, before you trade anymore, you should probably process a withdrawal, you know? You know what I mean? That's like kind of like saying, hey, if I've earned 100K... and then I lose it all in one trade, do I still get to keep most of that? No, of course not. Like, you know, but again, the reality of it is you should probably take that money out before you trade more. And if you don't, that's not their fault. That's your fault, you know? Nothing. There's nothing. That's just kind of the thing getting stuck. Yeah, I'm not saying it will have will have a reflection on the market, Larry. We're just covering most big earnings we're covering. But yeah, I mean, any company, again, Roblox, I'm just incredibly, I look for vulnerability, you know, and I think Roblox is a vulnerable company, you know. Yeah, all good, Jeff. Okay, all good. All good. Yeah, the no PDT in futures market is really what makes it interesting. But yeah, Roblox breaking down big. SPY rejecting right at that previous close. Thank you guys so much. We did break 91,000 subscribers. Thank you guys so much, man. It's been a crazy few days, really few months here, man. Thank you guys so much. 91K. We broke 91K. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it for sure. All right, we're down to under 33s for Roblox. Big drop here. I mean, I don't know. I think Roblox might affect tech to a certain extent, but to what degree, who knows? Hey, thank you guys so much. We appreciate you all. Yeah, we did break 91K. Again, tomorrow's CPI, so that should be a big day for growth too. Again, Meta dipping down, SPY dipping down, Roblox falling heavily on bad results. Roblox reported average bookings per daily active user was 11.94, down 11% year over year. They reported average daily active users were 58.8 million, up 24% year over year. Yeah, I know I did free my grandma. I'm just kind of trying to give Jack credit, but I appreciate that you paid attention. Free my grandma said you actually predicted it before he did because you said your kid doesn't really play it anymore, and that says something. 100%, man. Again, one of the biggest edges anybody gets in markets, right? Any edge people get in markets is very simple. You can use your personal life to judge how well things are doing. You know, like again, I did predict Roblox was not doing great. I did predict that it was going to fall down some. You know, and the reason I predicted that is because my kids played it less. I got an 8-year-old son, prime Roblox, you know, age, right? He doesn't really like Roblox like that anymore, right? So it's a fad. It's trending. You know, some people play it, of course, and if you ask Roblox players, they're going to say, "Oh, it's got such a big community," and it does. But in terms of trends, I think it's starting to trend against it to a certain extent. You know, and it's an important thing to understand. It's kind of like Disney, Apple, you know, everything. You kind of look at what happens. Yeah, my kids just don't play it like that anymore. They just don't. And again, the problem with Roblox is that it's putting all its eggs in one basket, so to speak. You know, and I think that's risky. You know, it's kind of one game. It's not quite as big as like Minecraft or something like that. And, you know, it's just going to be hard for that type of, if you look at games, right? If you look at video games, for instance, right? You can look at all of them. Trends change, man. People become interested in different things. And so unless Roblox comes out with another game, and I understand what Roblox is, it's kind of like a game store, so to speak, right? But unless they come out with another product outside of Roblox, you know, I think it's going to be rough for them. I think betting all of that on one thing is kind of rough. But maybe I don't understand it, you know. All right, guys. FTT just broke under $4 at 390s. Meta bouncing up a little bit. Yeah, CPI drops tomorrow at 8:30. Unity earnings are this evening, I believe. I think we have Rivian earnings too. We might cover those. We might not. I'm not sure. I know we've covered Rivian earnings before. But I'm not sure if I want to cover them again. It's SPY dipping down to 381s. I know we've covered Lucid earnings as well, but not really worth it. I'm pretty sure we had one. Did I change the name of it? I thought we did a Rivian earnings call before. Meta's still consolidating. Again, we do have Roblox starting to bounce back up. Here was the last one we did for Rivian. I mean, we got some views for the Rivian earnings call. I mean, I guess we could cover it again today. Hey, thank you for becoming a member, brother. Thank you, Cup. Hey, thank you, brother. Yeah, Disney earnings are good. Or not good, I mean. Oh, you will, Jamie? Is that true? Wow, that's dope. You in any long plays right now? Yeah, I'm holding a few things. I'm holding Disney green on a swing trade we bought yesterday after earnings drop. So when Disney dropped down to 92s, 93s, we bought it up there. Took profit very quickly into the bounds, and we're still holding 20 shares, about break even on the rest, but green on the trade as a whole because we took profit yesterday and after hours. We bought Coinbase this morning, and it's dipping down some, but we're holding only 20 shares, and so it's a small trade. We're also, we're in AMC. We've been in AMC for a while now, so we're red on the day, but nothing major. We're holding a few things, but again, patience is the name of the game, I think, with this stuff. Yeah, I mean, Todd says tried to warn everyone. I mean, you got to understand. I hear so many people say so many different things. Like, so you might be right about this individual thing, but I hear so many people say so many different things where it's like everybody's like, do this or do that or do this or do that, and I get so many people like, see, I told you so. But it's like, again, you get so many different things. Like a lot of people are like, yeah, this is gonna happen, and then it doesn't, and then they just don't mention it, right? And then when they're right about something, they're very loud about it. And so it's one of those things where over time, for somebody in my position, you just start to learn to ignore people in terms of like what they think. Again, I'm profitable with my own trading systems, and so I just kind of stick to my own systems, and I just kind of tune out what other people say regarding day trading especially, but for swing trading as well, I just kind of keep doing what I do and make money doing it. And I'm not saying everybody else is wrong. I'm not saying you're specifically wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying over time you kind of learn to tune out. Roblox bookings are at 701.7 million, expected 683.3 million. So a little bit better in that regard. Adjusted EBITDA at 50.9, expected 59.6. So lower EBITDA, which is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. Revenue of 517.7, expected 686. So lower revenue, lower EBITDA, higher bookings for Roblox. And again, worse than expected results here, bad EPS and sales results. So, they're dumping down. Hey, but thank you for becoming a member to Cup. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, and like I said, Todd, you may be right, bro, but again, I just hear so many different sides. I get people here all the time saying, hey, the market's going to crash, and then it doesn't. The SPY is not really crashing right now. The SPY is down some, but it's still over 380s. And so, like, over the last 20 days, we're actually pretty green, and that's including the FOMC rate hike decision and all that stuff. What's really going to impact markets is the CPI report tomorrow. Like, that's going to be wildly influential, and that's something to pay attention to. Is the CPI report tomorrow at 8:30? We're going to stream it. That's going to be big, and that's going to make a lot of people, make or lose money. And again, we try to get pretty flat ahead of those things. Hey, what's up, Papa Bull? Hey, thank you, brother. What's up, Tyler? Nothing to do with anything. Why does a person's temper shorten as they grow older? I don't know if it shortens, but I think people just hold themselves to a higher standard. I don't know if people's temper get worse. My temper when I was younger was much worse than it is now. Much worse, I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a water. Do you think Upstart and Affirm will drop more today? Ooh, I have no idea. I think they're all down pretty heavily here now. I think a lot of it's going to be dependent on what the market does. Upstart and Affirm are down. And they're actually green today, believe it or not. So they're down yesterday, and they're going to rebound today. Just in terms of general extension, I would say, I don't know. We could have some extension on the downside and rebound on the upside, but I'm not sure. So Roblox rejecting at the VWAP a little bit here. Again, so we see the volume weighted average price is just a trend indicator. And so again, you can see kind of where it reacts to the VWAP here. The purple line rejects there some. All right, Meta still bouncing up a little bit over 101s. So people said, fun fact, if you spent $1,000 shorting the 22 Super Bowl advertisers, you'd be a billionaire today. FTX, Carvana, DraftKings, Uber Eats, Meta, Rocket, Coinbase, Vroom, Salesforce, and GM were all the advertisers in 2022 Super Bowl. So just in the last year, if you spent $1,000 shorting them, you'd be a billionaire. Binance says it topped up its secure asset fund for users, balance back up to back to $1 billion. But yeah, Roblox missed. Started to rebound back up, testing the volume weighted average price again. All right, guys. So Meta at 101.30s here. Yeah, that's kind of the reality of it. Good companies don't need Super Bowl ads, 100%. And the upcoming catalyst for Mullen, not that I know of here. Again, the problem with Mullen is simple. The up-and-coming EV brand is going to be a very difficult niche to succeed in, man. You know, a lot of people are going to fail. Again, people get really behind these companies, and I get it. I really understand. But, like, again, simple thought experiment. I've said this tons and tons of time, and I try to snap people back to reality. I'm not hating on Mullen, but like, if you never traded the stock market, would you really buy a Mullen vehicle? Absolutely not. You wouldn't even heard of Mullen. If you never traded stocks and you weren't fanboy of the stock, you'd probably buy a Tesla or a GM or a Ford EV or something like that. You certainly wouldn't be buying a Mullen, you know, an up-and-coming obscure EV brand. And so the problem with Mullen is the problem with most of these up-and-coming EV brands is that they simply do not have the consumer base to justify the business right now. Not saying they won't in the future. Maybe it's a high risk, high reward trade for a lot of people, of course. And if they do succeed and you get in early, you know, you could be a millionaire, billionaire, or whatever. But the problem is that it's just incredibly unlikely. You know, Mullen currently sits at 29 cents, 30 cents a share. And so we'll see. But that's the problem with most of these up and coming EV brands outside of maybe Tesla, you know, and of course the big boys like Ford, GM, all that stuff. That's the problem. Do you remember Neo when it was under $1? Yeah, I remember Neo when it was at $2 or $3. I've watched Neo grow. It's coming back down though. It's back down to almost under $10 now. I remember watching Neo from when it was a penny stock. Again, though, the problem is that Neo actually, here's the difference between Mullen and Neo, right? Neo actually has orders. Neo actually has production. They're actually producing. You know, Neo actually has a market, which is overseas market. Again, you know, overseas, they're going to want a competitor to Tesla. And so they have Neo. Now, of course, Neo's struggling lately, but there's a lot more optimistic signs for Neo, in my opinion, than Mullen. I think best case scenario for Mullen is that it gets bought out by one of the big boys for its technology, the battery technology. I think that's best case scenario for them. Because again, I think that the likelihood of Mullen succeeding as a standalone automobile brand and company is incredibly low. Incredibly low. Again, they might have cool cars. I don't think it justifies the business. Neo actually has a different way of doing EV business. They're in a league of their own. Yeah, for sure. Neo is interesting. It's just not the same thing as Mullen, unfortunately. If you look at Mullen right now, Roblox rejecting at VWAP here. If you look at Mullen right now, Mullen's starting to ramp up, but it's still at 31 cents a share. If you look at the yearly chart for Mullen, for instance, right? This is the last year. This is the last year for Mullen. It's a pretty rough looking yearly chart, if you ask me. But hey, what do I know? But again, I've been saying this and again, I've given the same thesis multiple times over the last few years about Mullen and up and coming EV brands. Again, they just don't have the consumer base. Not enough people want to buy them. Most people that want an EV, they're going to buy, they're either going to buy like a really fast car, like a Lucid or something like that, or they're going to buy a Tesla, most likely. They're going to buy a Tesla, GM, Ford. They're going to buy some type of brand that has service, where they can feel comfortable and longevity in service, right? Like they don't want to buy an EV brand and then that brand goes out of business, something goes wrong with their car, they don't have anybody to work on it, fix it, or even know how to really use it. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem, is that they don't have they don't have enough people wanting a Mullen to justify the business at this point in time. Right. I'd be happy with a G-Wagon too, bro. Yeah, Disney dropped big, but again, we kind of scaled into Disney yesterday, so we're still green on Disney, believe it or not. We bought Disney at 92 or 93s and then sold most of it at 94, 95s. We're still holding 20 shares, but we're close to break even. We're down a little bit, but still green, on that Disney trade, and we'll probably just sit in it. I mean, we already made money. We can hold 20 shares of Disney in case it rebounds. My buy zone for Disney, usually when it starts to hit 90s, around 90s, I start adding into it again. If it starts to really break under 90, then I'll probably stop adding, but still hold, is my guess. Hey, what's up? What's up, H? Yeah, y'all join the Discord. Completely free Discord. Yeah, it could, but will it? I don't know. I think it all depends on the CPI report. And I think if the CPI report comes in bad, it's not going to really mean Disney's weak. It's going to mean that the CPI report as a whole is weak. And so in that regard, I think, it's one of those things where it's not really, if the market drops big and Disney drops with it, it's not really Disney's fault. It's just the broad market. What do you think about Google? I like Google. I think Google's very strong. Probably pretty cheap where we're at now too, but tech's kind of struggling. But I like Google. I like Alphabet as a company. I think they're very diversified, hold a lot of different things, and have their foot in the door of a lot of different things. You know what I mean? Thoughts of Tesla under 200? I mean, you could argue that it's cheap, but I think Tesla. Here's my problem with Tesla. Okay, here's my problem: is that Elon Musk has come out and been very outspoken politically, taking a big hard stance on one political side. When you're selling things to consumers, taking one big stance politically is going to ostracize at the very best 30 to 40% of your customer base. And so in that regard, I think that was a huge mistake that he made. I think if you're selling cars to people, you don't want to discourage purchases of your vehicles. And I think he has already. I think he's created enemies for himself. And I think him buying Twitter was a good move because I think he needs to, at this point in time, diversifying outside of it. But because of that, I think there's risk in Tesla. I think there's risk in Tesla. I've been saying this for a little bit now too. I think Tesla's strong. I think Teslas are cool. I really do. I like Tesla cars. I think they're really cool. But I think there's risks long term because, ultimately, I think he's gotten a little bit too outspoken politically. And I think that's a bad move, regardless of the side you choose, if you're selling things to consumers. Yeah, but even right now, Mullen, quote unquote, taken off is up to 33 cents a share. And so maybe it rebounds, maybe it doesn't. But even still, if taken off is only up to 33 cents, then the company's in trouble. Yeah, I think, and that's what I said. Free My Grandma says Mullen might have the best battery tech, 100%. But I think best case scenario is that they get bought out by one of the big boys. I don't think it's gonna. I don't think having good battery tech is gonna help them survive long term. Again, I think best case scenario is they get bought out. I think that's a big possibility too. Yeah, for sure, Larry, 100%. Yeah, tomorrow CPI is big. It'll be really interesting. Big movement for CPI. Of course, we're going to stream the whole thing live right here. So if you haven't already, hit that sub button, guys. We're going to stream the full thing completely live right here. Also, do me a favor, hit that subscribe button if you have not already. We put it in sub-only mode. And so if you have not already, hit the subscribe button, guys. We certainly appreciate the love and support. Subscribe now if you have not. We truly do appreciate the love. Thank you guys so much. Mullen dipping down. I would never, ever pressure you to subscribe, but if you don't sub, I'll hate you forever, okay? Do it now. Subscribe. We appreciate it. We got over 500 people here. We're dipping down to 32s. All right, guys, dip it down on Mullen. Meta pulling back a little bit. SPY up to 380s. All right, guys, Mullen at 32.5 cents here. We got Meta down under the volume weighted average price. It's at 100.4. If we look at the SPY here, we're still over 380s. But we are testing lows right now. So, all that stuff's not really looking great. But we will short the market if we need to. And so I don't mind shorting the market if we get something good. Meta starting to rip back up to 100.5. SPY bouncing back here. We got this double bottom right now too on the SPY here at 379.70s, 379.80s. Still in Coinbase. Look at Mullen falling all the way back down to the volume weighted. Opening bell, no reaction. The market's not open. You're probably still following daylight savings time, I'm assuming. Market doesn't open for about an hour. Fiverr's already out with their numbers here. Fiverr reported their numbers. This is the Fiverr numbers right here. They dropped EPS of 21-cent profit, beat 14-cent estimate, sales of 82.54 million, beat the 81.13 million estimates. So Fiverr's already out. Roblox is out. Well, no, a lot of people overseas doesn't have daylight savings time. And so over the last couple of days, I've had a lot of people join the stream and be like, yo, why aren't you trading the open? And it's like, the open's not for another hour. They just don't follow daylight savings time. You know, a couple of days ago, it was fall back. So we gained an hour. And so to people overseas, a lot of them still think the market opens up at, 3 minutes ago. But instead, the market is opening up later. We push back time an hour, basically. So right now it is 8:34 market time. So we still got about an hour, about 56 minutes to be exact, until the actual market opens. On HLBZ, Elf, good luck, dude. I'll lightly buy into any weakness on the SPY. I don't know. Be careful, Face. Remember, the CPI report drops tomorrow. And so taking any big polarized positions right now is risky. Again, we do have CPI, which is inflationary data, dropping tomorrow, and that's going to massively influence markets. So, again, I'm holding some positions, but they're small positions. They're certainly not large positions. And, I can essentially just kind of chill in these positions long term if I need to. Taking a big polarized position, especially in one specific direction right now, is risky because, again, CPI drops at 8:30 tomorrow. That will massively influence markets, and it's something that you should be careful with for sure. What's going on with Bed Bath? Man, it's been a while since I looked at Bed Bath. Nothing, it looks like, down to $4. I've been to a Bed Bath recently. Like, my daughter and wife love Bed Bath & Beyond. The problem is nobody's ever in there, bro. I go there, it's a freaking ghost town. Every time I go in there, there's nobody ever in Bed Bath & Beyond. Like, it's completely empty every time I look in there. So, I mean, it's kind of one of those things where nobody's there, All right, Meta dipping down a little bit. All right, guys. So Mullen popping back up again. SPY dipping down a little bit now. Hmm. All right, guys. So Mullen popping up a little bit, SPY dipping down. We are going to be trading futures today. We did have a green day in futures yesterday. Hey, let's get that 100K subscribes, guys. Did you talk about crypto yesterday? Yeah, man, we did a lot of stuff. Again, we covered all of the big stuff from the Sam Bankman-Fried, FTX, Binance disaster in the crypto market yesterday. We did a full crypto stream, One Beginner Crypto, about it yesterday. Yeah, we're pushing towards it. We got 91K. We only need 9,000 subscribers left. We still got about 2 months to hit it. You know, we'll get pretty close. I don't know if we'll hit it by the end of the year, but we should hit it early January, early January, I think. Mullen at 33s, Meta at 100.2s. Mullen at 33s here, Meta at 100.3s. We got the SPY at 380s. I noticed yesterday, man, I was watching the stream back and like I jump a little bit. Like I like bounce around on stream. I think I kind of bob my head to the music a little bit and it looks like I just can't sit still, which I kind of can. I have ADHD. But what it really is, what I'm noticing is what it is like when I stream, my legs bounce. Like I bounce my legs. And so that kind of makes my whole body look like it's kind of jerking back and forth. I've just noticed, you know, I have restless leg syndrome. And so that's kind of what makes it look like I'm just kind of bouncing. But what it really is my legs bouncing up and down like this. So it kind of looks like I can't sit still, which I can't, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, Kiro comes and sits next to me on stream, and she kind of like tries to hold my leg down. She's like, bro, stop. All right, we do have Rivian earnings today that we'll cover. SPY still testing that 379.80 level, 379.80s here. So we still got some time to let the market run or not. Again, a lot of stuff's happening today. Again, just to put the whole market into perspective right now, CPI report drops tomorrow. It's a wildly influential thing over stock market activity, a wildly influential thing tomorrow morning. We will stream the entire thing live, as we always do, starting early. Y'all be ready for it. We will stream the entire thing completely live on stream. Aside from that, we also... Okay, so aside from CPI dropping tomorrow, which is going to wildly influence markets, we also had some big news happen in crypto. The third largest trading exchange in the world was called FTX. You'll see it if you look at like Major League Baseball. You'll see FTX on the umpires' uniform. So they're big sponsors. They were sponsored in Super Bowl ads and all this good stuff, right? Yesterday morning, we saw some news. We saw the crypto market drop big early yesterday morning. What was said, Binance a few days ago basically said that they were selling all of their FTT, which is the FTX's token. Like it's the FTX token is FTT. They said that they were selling all of it for some concerns that they had over liquidity, basically. Sam Bankman-Fried, which is the CEO of FTX, basically came out essentially saying, yo, look, we're fine. We're not insolvent. We have money, all this stuff. Like basically everything's fine. Don't panic. Everything's fine. And then following that, yesterday morning, it was announced that FTX that Binance had a non-binding letter of intent to acquire FTX, that FTX was essentially insolvent, and that threw the crypto market into a downward spiral. Again, this third largest crypto exchange in the world basically went out of business. They did not have enough money. Again, the crypto market has been incredibly volatile over the last couple, months, and really the last year. The crypto market has been incredibly volatile. We're in what's called crypto winter. Bitcoin has dropped from essentially 60K all the way down to 17K where it is now. And so there's a lot of people, and a lot of these exchanges trade riskier and riskier in order to kind of keep up with that growth. And so basically what happened this year is that Luna and Terra went out of business. That catapulted downward crypto prices, and FTX basically had a lot of risky assets in their books, and ultimately it destroyed the company. I don't think Binance is going to follow through with the deal as well. I think that if you look at FTT token now, it's gone from about $22 a share, which is very low relative to where it was, all the way down to threes. And so FTX is basically no more. Sam Bankman-Fried's exchange, the third largest in the world, essentially went out of business. And Binance is essentially the one that kind of catapulted it. And this has been a couple-year war by them, basically going back and forth as they're competing with each other. The only one I really trust now, I think this is going to negatively affect Binance too. The only one I really trust now is Coinbase. If you look at Coinbase here, Coinbase, it's not reeling like a lot of these other ones. It's down. It's not doing great over the last few days, but it's not like FTT, which is down 90% essentially right now. And so it's not getting destroyed like that. And the benefit of Coinbase is that it's a publicly traded company, so it's not going to be able to hold a bunch of risky assets, because if it did, the SEC would see it, report it to us, and we would know. And so the benefit of this being publicly listed is that it can't really sit on all these risky assets and be so irresponsible with their money, like some of these other crypto exchanges. So that's essentially what's going on right now. And it basically crashed the crypto market yesterday. The whole crypto market is feeling this. Bitcoin down to 17K, ETH down big. All the other cryptos are down big, and it's just a rough time for crypto. After that, we also had some news that Meta is laying off 11,000 people. And this is seen as an optimistic sign, because Meta is essentially doing better in price action once this news was announced. Again, a lot of the criticisms for Meta is that they simply overhired. They hired too many people when they didn't need to, and that was causing their numbers to be worse than they were. And so again, the news of them laying off people has made Meta pop all the way back up to over 100 right now. And again, we'll see what moves on with that one. AMC dropped earnings. They actually had better than expected EPS and sales results, but they didn't really react positively. They're down from this news. The SPY is moving up to test the volume-weighted average price. Still technically red, but we are over 380s here. Tesla is now under $200. We're at 192s. And again, the whole market's been essentially crazy. We had elections, we had the lottery, we had the crypto crash, we've got CPI tomorrow, we've got Meta layoffs, we've got just all this stuff going on right now. So it's just been a freaking crazy market where there's just a lot of chaos right now in markets. It's been one of the most volatile time and broad markets that I have seen since I've started trading. And again, I think it's only going to get worse in crypto. Again, a lot of people are poking fun at Sam online on Twitter. But again, I think this is bad for the whole crypto market. Luckily, I'm pretty flat right now. Until a bull run starts, I'm pretty flat right now. But I think it could get a lot worse. Oh, I think there's a huge chance Binance backs out of the deal for sure. I think there's a big chance that Binance backs out of that deal. So I think while Binance did this intentionally, I think that it's going to hurt them more than it helps them. Yeah, I think it's bad. Again, we did have Roblox earnings today. They came in pretty bad as well. They're down pretty substantially. A lot of stuff missed yesterday. Lucid missed. Disney missed. AMC beat, but still dropped. A lot of stuff dropped. Affirm missed. Upstart missed. So a lot of stuff dropped yesterday on all this news. Redfin, RDFN, real estate company, lays off 13% of staff and shuts down home flipping business, according to Bloomberg here. Redfin's already doing pretty rough over the last couple of years. Anyway, real estate has just been, you know, obscenely high. And so we'll see if what happens. Yeah, but taking any big polarized position, just from my experience ahead of CPI, is usually a pretty risky move. Just because CPI is going to wildly influence markets for sure. You know, not just from big banks, but from everybody. You know, they might know it ahead of time, but they're not going to be taking those positions now. You know what I mean? So, and we don't know how the market's going to react. I know me personally, I'm not taking any big positions ahead of the CPI report. I've got a few holdings right now, but nothing major. But again, do you, not telling you what to do. No idea what anything's going to do. Might be wildly wrong about everything. No idea what I'm talking about. Again, AMC down, Tesla moving up, Meta up today, SPY at 380.70s. Tomorrow's going to be the big day. Yeah, and if you look at crypto here, you know, crypto has been tough, man. Here's FTT right here. So here's FTT on TradingView, and you can see FTT has just dropped massive amounts. You know, again, they dropped from 20 plus all the way down to 420s where we're at now for FTT. You know what I mean? So it's been a tough time for them. One thing to check out, though, and this is a sponsor of mine, is Chart Prime. Chart Prime's really, really cool, guys. If you want to check it out, I'll put this code up on screen. You can get 20% off if you use B-Trade. You can use Chart Prime for a lot of different things. You can use it in stocks. I can look at, like, Apple, for instance, here, and I can use Chart Prime on this. If I put this up, I can put my Chart Prime indicators. What I really like using them for, basic indicators, is their candlesticks, right? You can look at their candlesticks, and you can use these to identify tops and bottoms really, really well. It's not always right, of course. This one was wrong, but look at how accurately, like, if we zoom in here, look at how accurate this can be. Again, you know, two bearish candlesticks, we get a nice little drop following it. And if we keep scrolling back here, you can kind of see more examples of this. We keep scrolling back, two bearish candlesticks, you see nice drops. Again, what I like to look for is a bunch consolidating together and then look at the bounce. You know, this one was even right. Bearish engulfing, we got a little bit of a drop. Bearish engulfing at the top, we got a nice little drop. These two were right as well. We got about 3 or 4 minutes of drops afterwards. But if you keep scrolling back here, you can see how powerful these can be, right? These are pretty accurate. I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but again, I think the key really with this is finding them clumped together is the powerful way to do it. Like, again, look at these two clumped together and then look at the bounce back. Here's a bullish engulfing candle, bounce back, bearish engulfing candle, drop. And again, you can use this over and over again. I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but I love using these candlestick indicators. They can just be really, really powerful. Outside of that, they also have the market oracle, which is just again, a small percentage of what they ultimately can do. This automatically documents support or resistance, and the predictive algorithm here is very, very accurate. Like, again, if we look at this here, let's look at just these three. Possible reversal down, drop. Possible reversal down, drop. Bullish engulfing and possible reversal up, bounce. And so again, you can use this. It also automatically documents support or resistance, as you can see. It just can be really, really powerful. And again, you can use this in stocks, crypto, futures, whatever you want to use. It's called Chart Prime. Really, really powerful indicator service on TradingView. And you can use it in whatever market you like, really. They are a sponsor of my video. Of course, I cannot guarantee you're going to make money with them. Nobody can. You know, nothing's 100%. And so it depends on how you trade it. But if you want to check them out, you can use promo code BTRADE. Get 20% off. There's the link. Check it out. Great way to help support the channel. But yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, looking at everything else, market's been pretty neutral today. I mean, we're down, but we're also sideways. You know, so again, we have these double bottom here that I'm watching on the SPY here. You can see we do have two levels that I'm paying attention to here and here. You know, two double bottoms. If we break underneath that and hold, you know, that might be something I short into. If we get back over this previous closing price, which is this light blue line right here, if we like break over that, pull back and hold support and bounce, I might buy the dip to it and see if we can target that momentum. Really, though, guys, remember, it's CPI week. CPI is tomorrow. And so a lot of the time we're going to get choppy, neutral activity. That's really hard to capitalize on. So y'all just be careful. Yeah, for sure, Face. Just be careful, brother. My name is John the Tyrannical Soldier. If you get a message from anybody telling you it's me, it's not. You know, again, I get fake people all the time that send people messages acting like it's me. I'm never going to send you listen, I'll put it this way. I'm never going to randomly send you uh I'm never going to randomly send you a message on my Discord saying, "Hey, thank you for subscribing. You know, go to this exchange." Like, I'm never going to do that. That's not me. I get fake me's all the time in my Discord pretending to be me. Again, my name on my Discord is John the Tyrannical. You know, and every time we get some scammers show up, we always ban them, you know. But again, scammers are everywhere on Discord, unfortunately. Meta back over volume weighted average price. Tesla dipping. SPY dropping pretty fast here. So look, whoa, let me fix this. Here's the cube. Again, look at the SPY dip pretty fast here. So we got a big drop on the SPY over the last 3 or 4 minutes here. Look at that big drop on the SPY. It's a big movement down. On both situations, face. So like, even if it broke down, so like say the SPY broke this level here, right? Even if it broke down here, I'm not going to short this. That's incredibly risky. You're going to get so many. I don't short high of the day breakouts or low of the day shorts. Like, I don't take any of those positions because, frankly, you're going to get faked out a lot. I do notice that short breakdowns work a lot better than high of the day breakouts. High of the day breakouts, I consider a sucker strategy that new traders take that almost always fakes you out because experienced traders take profit at those high of the day levels. But even if we break on the downside, I'm going to do something like this where we see the breakdown, we bounce back, I short into the bounce back, retest, and then do it, right? Same thing if we broke the high up here, right? We break this high of the day. I'm going to wait for this test here and buy that dip and ride it back up. I'm not going to buy it here. I'm not going to buy it here or here. You know, that's just too risky. I instead wait for a confirmation retest before I get into anything. No, that's not what it is, CT. I know you're just kind of joking. What it really is they try to scam people and pretend to be me and send them to sketchy places. Happens all the time, unfortunately. All right, guys. Again, market's testing these lows. We'll see if we hold here at this previous support level. Yeah, I don't see your DM on Discord, bro. So I don't think it was me that you sent. Is there another John the Tyrannical? Let me make sure there's no scams. Because I don't see any Discord message, bro. Hold on one second. Let me find members. There it is. Okay, no. So I'm only, there's only one, luckily. Yeah, okay. So I don't see any scammers right now. But yeah, I also don't see you messaging me. SPY just broke lows of the day here. So SPY just broke lows of the day. We'll see if it holds down, but here's the Q. So a little bit tech heavy, a little bit more tech heavy move. And you can see the Q breaking down here as well, unfortunately. Meta's moving up though. But yeah, the SPY just broke lows of the day here. Starting to test this level. It's at 379.60s. Yeah, that's me. Meta at 101.20s. What's AMC doing here? We're still at AMC. It's at 540. It's kind of sideways. Yeah, we do have crude oil inventories dropping today at 10. Wholesale inventories and crude oil imports dropping at 10 and 10:30. Again, the big stuff happening today, though, is or the big thing happening this week is the CPI report tomorrow morning. That's the biggest thing. That's going to be wildly influential over movement. Meta moving up, though, guys. Meta back up to 101.30s here. Look at Meta pop. So, again, Meta broke back over VWAP, held support, and then continued here. So, let's see what happens. But Meta starting to break up or down. Okay, we got about 30 minutes until the market opens, about 30 minutes, give or take. I don't know. I don't want to get political, face the giant. I'm not really trying to get political, man. You know. Binance says, CEO says the near collapse of FTX, quote, severely eroded confidence in the crypto industry. 100%. But Binance started it, bro. They literally like sparked this, you know? And so it's like Binance started a fire and then says, look, a fire, you know? SPY bouncing back up. So SPY back over that low level. All right, guys. So again, we are kind of consolidating around this. Meta still moving up a little bit. The SPY itself is kind of chilling right around the low of the day. Tesla just broke under the previous closing price, so Tesla is technically red on the day now. And again, we'll see if we hold. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel? Good morning. Yeah, all the talk about, you know, that stuff, let's just keep it. It is political, you know, and I'd rather not let the chat fill with it, guys. So just a simple request. Let's avoid that controversial topic if we can, please. Meta at 101.30s here. We got the SPY bouncing back. It's at 380s. Are you bearish today? I really don't know what the market's going to do today. I don't know what the market's going to do any specific day. I think when we look at the market over the last 15 days here, you know, I think we're kind of green over the last 15. Yeah. So we're pretty green. So I think midterm extension is to the downside or to the upside, I mean. And so I think we could drop. And if we do, I'll short the market, but it really depends. Binance CEO said that FTX going down is not good for the industry. Of course it's not, bro. You caused it. Meta actually moving up, though, with this layoff news. Tesla popped back over the previous close, and the SPY back up to 380s here. So we're starting to bounce back a little bit. Apple back up to 138s. Is Apple time for a dip buy? I'll put it this way. If we drop massively on CPI tomorrow, I'll probably start buying up stuff even more. It depends, though. But if we start dropping massively, you know, on a slight miss or something like that, I'll probably start buying it up. Again, who knows what we're going to get moving forward. I have no idea, frankly, what we're going to get. Meta at 101.50s, and we'll try to trade it. But we are in a small Disney trade, where we're kind of break even on it now. We did buy Coinbase, which, you know, with the whole crypto volatility, you know, might not have been a good move, but it's such a small share. It's only 20 shares. Yeah, crypto's still dropping really big here, really big. It's not that face. It's just it's too divisive and polarized. You know, I don't. Again, I'll put it this way. I think the more radical you get on each side of the political spectrum, the less intelligent you probably are. You know, and so it's generally something where I just don't want the divisiveness in my chat. I'd rather not just kind of spark up divisive conversations, regardless of whether people want to have those conversations or not. Disney did pretty bad on their earnings call, but again, I did buy the dip up. We'll see if we start to bounce back. Yeah. I mean, Mike, honestly, I think this is going to be worse. Yeah, I think this is going to be worse than that too, Mike. I think what we got going on right now in crypto is far worse than the Luna disaster, you know, which sparked the big drop from 60 down to 18. I think what we got going on now is far worse, you know. I think if FTX is insolvent like it says it is, and I think when Binance announces that they're backing out of the deal, I think that's going to crash the crypto market more, unfortunately, and it's going to be even worse. You sound emotional. Photography. You know? Come on now. This is why we don't talk about it. You know? I don't feel Disney will make up much higher. I think Disney probably bounces long term. It gets the huge edge we get from Disney is the ability to hold it long term. Yeah, for sure, Steve. People just get weird, bro. You know? Waiting for a sub 500 ETH. I don't know. You think we'll actually hit that? All right, guys. So again, market is slightly over the highs or slightly over the lows of the day here, kind of consolidating back and forth. We only got 25 minutes until the market opens. Disney is probably the one stock that hasn't dropped. Yeah, I mean, Disney, it just makes so much money, man. Again, they're so diversified. I just think they're fine long term. Disney at 91.40s here. Again, we're kind of break even now on this trade. I mean, we took so much profit. Again, we bought Disney. Again, I can show you guys my Disney trades here. So here's Disney on the left, right? I can actually show you guys my trades over the last 90 days, and I did this earlier, right? So if we look at this, we put up a 90-day chart. These are my actual Disney trades. You can see we bought Disney at like 92s and 93s. We ended up selling at 94 plus, most of it, or around 94 on average. You know, and so we ended up making money there. We're kind of break even on the rest, but even if we scroll back here, guys, so like let's make this a little bit larger, and we can look back at the entire history of me trading Disney here. Again, what do? We add towards the bottom, we sell towards the top. Again, so you can kind of see here, we buy low, we wait for rebounds, we sell high, right? And we do this over and over again. If I continue scrolling back here, you'll see I do this over and over and over again with Disney. Again, we scale in low, all around here. We started to scale into a position, right? And then what do? We wait for the bounce, and we capitalize on it and take profit. You know, right around 100, 101 is what we did there. Yeah, we can keep showing you. We've done this multiple times. We haven't lost once. Again, We scale it at towards lows. We buy towards lows. We sell at the top. We dip more. We buy more, right? And we do this over and over again. Disney is such a strong company long term that the only way that I would really lose money on this long term is if Disney essentially went out of business, which is incredibly unlikely. Incredibly unlikely. I'll hold Disney for as long as I need to hold it. But, you know, again, I've made money every single time I've swing traded this. We take some sizable positions. And, yeah, you know, works really, really well. Really, really well. Disney right now down to 91.30s. We'll see if we hold these levels, though. Again, even if we dip down to like 80s. Even if we dip down to 80s, I'll probably sit in Disney. It's a small enough trade at this point that I'm going to be fine, I think, regardless. Looking at the SPY here. SPY started to test lows. I would bet Amazon. Yeah, Amazon's not going out of business. The only way Amazon would go out of business is if they took some like risky like business strategies. And of course, you got to take risk in trading. It's like a natural thing of it. But like in the end, you know, the only way Amazon's going out of business is if they took some riskier trades or like holdings or something. You know, I know they bought a lot of Rivian, but Amazon makes so much money and is so ingrained into our everyday life that Amazon is just, you know, very strong company, obviously. What do you guys think? Amazon or Disney? Let me know. If CPI is low, markets will pop, not drop. 100%. Yeah, if CPI comes in lower than expected, that's great. That's what we want. We want to see the market go up. If you look at the poll here, we got about 650 votes on the poll. 51% think higher, which is worse than expected, is what we're going to show for CPI. Only 25% think we're going to come in lower than expected or better than expected for CPI. 23% think we're going to come in on par with expectations. Yeah, I think Disney will. I don't know. I don't know which one's going to be around longer. I think Amazon is the riskier business model, but I think both of them are going to be fine, and they both make so much money that they're obviously like some of the strongest companies in the world. Yeah, I think they're all pretty objectively cheap. I followed you on those Disney trades and also did well. It helped my live account. I don't really like people following me, of course, Tiny, but, you know, it is what it is. Certainly don't want people to follow me. CPI drops tomorrow morning at 8:30. We're going to stream it live here. You'll be able to watch the entire thing live as it happens. We get the data incredibly fast, too, incredibly quickly. So, again, stick around, watch it. Yeah, but I think people look at it from a political lens, and I don't think you can, Eric. I think that Disney owns Star Wars and Marvel and ESPN, you know, and their Disney World parks make $20 million a day. You know what I mean? So Disney makes tons of money as a money-making machine. And I think, again, I think people underestimate how strong they are because of their own biases. You know what I mean? When the reality of it is Disney's incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. They just own so many different media brands. New Star Wars movie is going to be announced sometime over the next 12 months, I think. And with that, that's going to make them go up more, you know? Okay, cool, Tiny. I just don't want people copying me. I'm not trying to be a guru here. Like, everything we put out there is free. I don't claim to be an expert. I might be wildly wrong about anything I do. And so because of that, I really don't want people copying me. If y'all want to make the same trade as me, fine. But I certainly don't want to have the liability or anything like that of people taking trades, you know, just because I'm taking them. I'd rather people make trades based off of their own, you know, analyzation and due diligence instead of just copying me. I think a lot of new traders want to copy people, but I think that doesn't really teach them anything, and most of the time they lose, you know. And so, like Tiny said, she took her own DD, did her own analysis, and liked it, and that's fine, of course. But for me personally, I'd rather. Again, we're just a free resourcing community. I don't even claim to be a good trader here, you know, and I might be wildly wrong and have no idea what I'm talking about. I say that multiple times a day. You know, we got literal emojis that say, "Don't sue me." Tiny, yeah, for sure. John, would it be smart to hedge calls and puts for CPI? I mean, you could take strangles or what those are called. You could take those type of positions, but again, understand that there's risks regardless of it. There's some justifiable trades, like you could take far outside the money call or put options and hope we get a big negative reaction, and if we do, make a little bit of money with small amounts of risk. Of course, I have no idea if that's going to work. I might be wildly wrong about that too. Always make your own assessment, trade responsibly. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things where I personally don't trade CPI like that. I react to it. So I'd rather react to CPI as opposed to actually trading it, because again, you don't know how the market's going to react. You don't know what the market's going to do, and it's just risky. Yeah, it's 8:30 Eastern time. That's right. Yeah, I'm just again, a lot of people want to predict, and I get it, but reacting is usually a more powerful way to do it. You can piggyback off of momentum very easily. One of the things I do is called piggybacking, right? So I wait for big obvious pressure on one side, and then I take the following bounce or short or whatever. I don't try to take advantage of the big emotional move, because that's where you get kind of chopped out. Instead, I look to piggyback off of the move, and so we just take the small consequential move in the price action, and that's a very powerful way to trade. It works really, really well if you can do it right, but you just got to be smart about it. Hey, thank you for that heads up, Ali B. I'm going to ban that guy right now. All right, SPY bouncing back a little bit. Tesla just broke lows. Disney's starting to break down here. Meta again laying off a bunch of employees. Meta up to 101.50s. All right, guys, we're going to get ready to trade futures as we do every single day. Y'all be ready. We're going to get ready to trade futures. Oh, wait, that's practice. We want to put the regular. Let me make sure I'm logged in here. There we go. We're logged in. We're logged in there as well. Do we have to re-log in here? Hold on, guys. We're going to get ready to trade futures today. There we go. There we go. So we are ready. Put our chart up, our position list up here. Get ready to trade. No trades yet today in futures. We are going to be day trading, swing trading, and investing this. All right, guys. So again, we are going to be trading futures today. John, if you won that 2 billion Powerball, would you still be trading? Probably. I'd be trading much larger. But I probably would be. I'd probably take some really crazy, ridiculous size for entertainment purposes. I know NEO earnings will be coming up tomorrow, assuming the market is red. Yeah, I think the biggest thing, again, I think the smartest thing, if I really won that Powerball, what I would probably do, and I didn't, of course, I didn't win. But what I would probably do is I'd take 50% of it, put it in the stock market. I'd take the other 25%, put it in like bonds, stuff like that. I'd probably take 50%, put it in stocks, dividends, but really, really, really diversified, maybe index funds, depending on what it is. Maybe like 30% in index funds, I guess. And then I'd take maybe another 25, 30%, put it in you know, put it in bonds or whatever. I'd take another 20%, put it in real estate, and then I'd live off the rest, you know, and play with the rest. That way my money's relatively safe long term. If you diversify well enough, it's safe. And outside of like big market crashes, you'd still be okay. Yeah, that's probably the right move, Nicholas. I'd probably do something similar. I'd probably put more than that, to be honest. All right, guys. So again, we have the S&P 500 here, slightly down. Again, we're looking at that double low level that we've talked about a few times here, right around there. We're watching that. Meta's actually pumping up to 102s here, so Meta's starting to rebound here and back. Again, we've got the big support level that we can pay attention to right now. Market's kind of chopping in that range here. 382 roughly is the previous closing price. You know, that previous closing price is right around here. And we've tested that level a few different times. Right up here is the previous close. So we're kind of looking at this range right now. You know, we got another pretty big support level here. So this is kind of the ranges we're looking at right now to trade. All right, guys, we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I don't know, bro. I don't trust people with suits, dude. Like anybody I see on YouTube with a suit, I immediately don't trust them. Okay, because it's like, all right, dude, look, you're working from home right now. You know what I mean? Like you're working from home. Okay, are you really putting up a suit to look cool on YouTube, bro? Like, what are you doing, man? You don't need to wear a suit, bro. I'm wearing a robe every day to work, dude. I'm wearing t-shirts and you know, this type of stuff. Like, I'm not wearing a suit here. Like, what's the point of working for my computer if I got to throw a suit on every day? If I see somebody in a suit, I immediately don't trust them. They're trying to sell me something, you know? I don't want a bunch of people poking at me and wanting things and asking questions and expecting me to answer. Yeah, you know, people are weird, bro. I've had some people that are like legit obsessed, like super strange. Like I won't mention names, but like I had a guy who was like a regular here who just would message me all times of the day. It's like I'm trying to get ready. I'm trying to get my kids ready for Halloween, you know, and this dude is messaging me with drama in our Discord, just fighting with different people. You know, like ban this person, ban this person. Like he's messaging like my mods, and one message to me, he's like, this person's a terrible trader. And then in another message to them, who they're sending me, he's like, this person's a great trader. You're a great trader. Like, dude was just legit obsessed. Just weirdness, bro. Like running these channels, you get more weirdness than you realize, dude. You know, so for like somebody like me who has children and like I'm married with kids, like it just gets strange, man. You get some people. I'm not even trying to act like I'm some super big YouTuber or anything like that. But even with as small as we are, like we get weird, obsessive people. Like people are just weird, man. You know, and it's just a weird dynamic. And so if I'm short, you know, with anybody, you know, I'm not trying to be, but like over time, when you experience that weirdness over and over and over again, to be honest, you start to become a little bit reactive to it. You're just kind of like, as soon as you see it, you're just kind of like, I'm shutting this person out, you know? And again, I don't mean to, but I think you have to be like that. You know, if you're smart, you kind of got to be like that because over time it'll wear on you. Market's starting to test lows. We're down to 379.70s. $200 pillows. Hey, we try. All right, guys. Again, we're testing lows on the SPY. We're testing lows on the E-mini. Hey, thank you. I appreciate the support, guys. Really do. We got 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Again, we're about to back up a little bit on the micro E-mini here. Not really any momentum. I do like the range that we have here. So like we can draw this range. And you can see this range here is one of the ranges we can watch. You know, so we have like this range going up and down towards the top. That range there is one that we can pay attention to. We also have this bigger range here between the lows and the highs here. This is the previous closing price right here. So we do have this range, which is an even larger range, of course, you know. That range right there. And I think both of these are good levels to watch and pay attention to. You know, watching for the breaks of these ranges is something that I use a lot in my trading. And yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, we'll see what happens. Hey, thank you, Aki. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. I mean, you can kind of call this an ascending triangle or a descending triangle. I mean, like this right here. Like you can call that a descending triangle if you want. I don't really find much edge in these patterns like that. I think that a lot of the time the break can happen on both sides and you don't really know what's going to happen in that regard. And so I try to usually stray away from triangle or wedge patterns. I just don't find much of an edge with them. But everybody's different. I'm not saying they don't have an edge. I just don't really personally find one myself with these type of patterns. Most of the time, my favorite patterns and strategies are like range breaks of some sort outside of triangles. All right, but we're kind of testing this low level here, which is a really important level to watch, I think. You know, we do have this level here. All right, guys. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, really. I just broke the low of the range here. So again, you can see the low break of this range here. We're starting to break down underneath it. All right, guys. Again, 3 minutes or so, 3 minutes, give or take. Again, what's your bias today? Are you green or red heading into the market? SPY just broke lows here, so we did break out of that range that we talked about. Again, you can see the confirmation of the range here, here, and here. We did just break underneath that range. And so, again, we'll look for it to bounce back, reject here at the bottom, and then head down. Or, you know, we can move back up and start moving up towards VWAP. I mean, either of those things could happen here. The German finance minister says the government does not plan to raise taxes, according to Reuters. Mostly sideways today with CPI tomorrow. Yeah, that's certainly possible. I mean, you know, we'll see. Well, yeah, I mean, you can use it like that. What I use to identify that, and we're kind of looking at the same things. I use the rejection at the volume weighted average price, which is a trend indicator. So I look at the range under VWAP to basically look at where the range might break. So this rejection right here at the volume weighted average price, I think, is more telling of weakness, and this rejection here as well, right? And so, yeah, you can look at it as a triangle, and we're essentially looking at the same thing here, you know, like we're essentially looking at the same thing. But I like just using it the way I used it, where like VWAP is pretty accurate in terms of predicting the range break and all that stuff. But again, everybody's different, and we're essentially looking at the same thing, I think. All right, guys. So again, watching the market. We'll see if this resistance level holds right here. So again, I think we got to look at this resistance level here and see if that rejects it. So if we move up to that, reject back down, I think that's kind of what we're getting right now. Yeah, there we go. So we bounced up to test that level and then just rejected and broke lows again, as we kind of just said. So we'll see if we continue. Market opens in less than 2 minutes. Again, I'm going to let things play out first. We're not going to take any big size positions ahead of time. Meta testing the 102 level again here. So still looking strong today after laying off all those employees. All right, guys, less than a minute. Less than a minute. Here goes the opening bell. All right, guys, here's the opening bell. Good luck today, team. Win Lambo. All right, guys, there's the opening bell. So we initially got a rejection here at the opening bell for the SPY and everything else. Tesla breaking down big while Meta is still kind of retracing some of the downward pressure. Tesla all the way down to 189s right now. SPY breaking down at 379.50. All right, guys, Tesla just with a huge breakdown ahead of the opening bell. Look at Tesla, guys. Tesla just dumped down to 380s. Again, kind of consolidating right here. We're not taking any trade yet until we get some consolidation play out. Starting to test the lows, break it down here. Meta just broke 102s. Tesla broke down to 188s. All right, guys, Disney kind of bouncing back up. Again, we got a pretty big drop at the opening bell here, down to 379s. Pretty sizable drop, guys, all the way down to 379s. Again, letting things play out, getting some very strong weakness here. Tesla just dumped all the way to 188s. Meta finally rejected at 102s or 102.50s, all the way down to under 101 right now. Again, we're just kind of patiently waiting here. I'm not taking anything big yet. We got to just chill. I'm going to let the first 5-10 minutes play out first. Starting to pop up a little bit. We got a little bit of an upward candle, but I'm just going to be patient here and wait a couple minutes to pass first. Yeah, Disney Plus has now more subscribers than Netflix. Yep, for sure. Market break it down. Tesla just broke down big. Down to 187s. I think I'm going to cut my Coinbase trade here, guys. The more I think about it, I think bad crypto price action is going to be the worst thing that we can get. So I'm going to be safe and just cut it. I think there's too much risk. We lost a very small amount of money, and I'm just not really about the risk in that. In Coinbase right now and holding Coinbase stock. Now, maybe it bounces back. It's certainly possible it does. But for me personally, I'm just going to cut that. Tempting to pawn. Tempting to, man. SPY break it down, though. Again, pretty weak at the opening bell. We're going to wait and let... I started to rebound a little bit here. Again, tempted to short 5 minutes into the day, roughly. Phillips 66 plans to lower employee headcount by 1,100 by the end of the year. Yeah, they're trying to piggyback off of that Meta layoff bounce. SPY dumping down here, down to 378.80s. Yeah, Disney down to 88. I might add a little bit. Like I said, I had mostly gotten flat on Disney. If you guys saw the trades I showed you earlier where I showed my trades on Disney, it was one of those things where I'm kind of tempted to add down here now. Like, I've gotten pretty flat in Disney ahead of this. We already made money on the trade, and so we're sitting pretty cheap here. So I don't mind adding to this and seeing if we can get some like favorable price action into it with Disney. I still got time, but I might add to Disney down at the 80s and just plan to hold it longer term. All right, guys. Again, market Tesla popped all the way back over the volume weighted average price. After this big drop at the open, Tesla popped all the way back over the volume weighted average price. Again, we haven't really traded yet. We're not going to poke too hard right now. Again, tomorrow CPI reports, and so we might get a choppy day. I'm not trying to take any sizable positions. I'm going to let a real trend show up first and then try to capitalize on some type of momentum. Testing lows here, though. This looks weak. Looks like we're going to break this low level. So we can draw an arrow here now. Again, Tesla over volume weighted average price now for Tesla. Again, SPY testing lows here. Looks weak too. I might jump into one contract here, get my little starter, and when we bounce up, add a little bit more, up to maybe 379s or so on the add. But it's gonna be a small trade. We're gonna get our feet wet small first. Tesla actually starting to reel all the way back up, though, to test the high of the day or high of market hours. I mean, Tesla just broke the high of market hours here, too. The only problem with the SPY trade is that this might drag the SPY up here. So we'll be patient, but yeah, this might drag the SPY up. All right, there goes the SPY. Doesn't look like it's following Tesla. Okay, good. All right, so we just made a little bit on that trade, just a little baby trade, get our feet wet. We caught the momentum on the downside. Tesla's actually testing the previous closing price, though. Tesla going green on the day, starting to rip up. Meta just broke highs of the day, too. This tech is starting to bounce back. So again, Meta up to 103 almost. Tesla up to 192.50. So again, we're starting to get some bounce back here. I'm not going to take any more short positions just because with tech rebounding now, that might drag the rest of the market up. Tesla's popping up big, up to 193s as well, starting to bounce back. Meta up to 103s. So we are getting a bounce back in tech currently. Let's see if it drags the futures market up. Yeah, it's definitely not mooning, but it's going up. We'll see if it continues. It's at 93s. Tech's bouncing back too. Meta's at 103s. I like this upwick here. This upwick's usually a pretty good sign. We'll short. See if we can catch a downward break. All right, we got 2 contracts now into the bounce. See if we get a flush rejection here and a break of lows. And if we break this little high up here, we'll just cut it. All right, Tesla just broke highs again on the day. I'm going to cut this because Tesla's bouncing back so strong here. So close to break even on the day, but Tesla's up to 194s, and I'm just worried that's going to drag the SPY up with it. So we're going to wait. You know, what I don't like right now is that Tesla and Meta are both moving up very strong, and SPY is red, right? So what this could mean is choppiness. This could mean that the market might go something like this now to catch back up with Tesla and Meta if they continue on the ramp back. And so my short's just not going to look good in that regard. So, you know, because of changing market conditions, we're going to wait. And of course, if we got faked out, that's okay too. I just think the risk of what I just described happening is too high for me to feel comfortable with. We're going to let some of these settle down a little bit before we take any short trades, specifically Meta and Tesla. And remember, it might be a slow day in terms of activity because of the CPI report tomorrow. A lot of people are not going to take any big trades today because of that. And so it might be a slower day in that regard. So y'all just be ready, you know, for that type of slow action. Again, subscribe. We will cover the full earnings call live right here like we always do. All right, there's the bounce back that we called out. Again, it's not really enough for me to go long on, but the bounce back is exactly as we thought, which is, you know, big. Now I do like this upwick here, so we might short into this movement now and see if we get a rejection here. We do have a big upwick on the SPY, but again, we're gonna keep it pretty short, you know. Yeah, so again, Tesla just broke highs again here. Disney's coming down though, so we kind of got a little bit of a neutral trade. But yeah, we're gonna try to let this fade back down, and if not, we're gonna have to get out because again, there's just a big chance of choppy action. We're kind of break even here. I like the upwick candle that we put in though originally. And I do like the high level we have over us. You know, I think eventually Meta and Tesla are going to slow down and we might get a correction drop back in the SPY. But I think we also have to just kind of be patient and try to let it give time to work here. There we go. Green on the trade now. I'm going to try to get this time to work. Oof, big bounce back up here, and then a big rejection. Volatility's here for sure. Tesla with a big rejection, Meta with a big rejection too. Again, we're betting on the downside here. 2 contracts, very small. Mostly choppiness on the SPY today. Sideways activity since the opening bell. Yeah, we're gonna cut that. So yeah, complete bounce back again. At this point in time, we might be down like 50 or 60 bucks. Very break-even day in the market, and we kind of just have to sit and wait. If we look at the SPY here, it's been very neutral and choppy. And so we got a few little trades in the books. I think we have to ignore momentum wicks at this point in time because the wicks have been faking out where we get a big up wick and then still move up, or we get a big down wick and then still move down. And remember, guys, tomorrow is CPI day, so I don't know if it's really the right move to trade super actively today, regardless of it. Yesterday we had a nice green day. Today, it's not pre-market right now, D. It is market hours. Tesla pulling back here. We'll see if it bounces. Again, Meta moving up. Disney kind of consolidating just under 90. We did add a little bit to our Disney trade. So again, we're kind of sitting in that right now. We did add some to it. Yeah, right now I'm in Central Standard Time. 8:30, John, is when the CPI report drops tomorrow. We'll see if Disney can break back over 90. Again, Tesla finally starting to pull back, which was kind of the idea of the last short trade, but I just think there's too much risk in continuing to push for it. Again, the idea with the last short trade is that eventually Tesla and Meta were going to run out of steam and pull back some, and that might drag the market back down. But if we zoom in here, you can just kind of see how neutral we are. If we put a range up here, you can kind of see the neutral activity. Yeah, so the market opens up for me at 8:30, guys. So I'm in Central Standard Time. So the market opens up here for me. And yeah, there's the big bounce back that we kind of thought about. This is why we got flat in one of our earlier short positions, and we got flat in this one, is because I thought the risk was a little bit too much. Now we can attack the upward direction now. This does open us up to attack a long direction. So we ripped over VWAP. We'll buy the pullback here. We fake out here. We're going to have to consider trading more. But 2 contracts, small, just kind of taking it slow here. Not really trying to take any big positions. There we go. There's a nice little rebound. We'll give it time to work, though. Again, a lot of it depends on what Meta and Tesla do, too. Got to break even here. We're going to let it test VWAP, see if we can break up over the previous high of the day. That'll be a really nice confirmation and bull trend if it does. If it doesn't, we'll cut it and really have to identify the range and wait for the range to break out first. But it looks okay right now. We'll see if it just keeps it up. Neutral trend showing up. like I said, we're down probably about $100, which is pretty small on this account. We're gonna let it test VWAP. If it can't hold VWAP, then we just gotta kind of take our hands off and just let the range break after that. Again, like we said before, it might be a choppy neutral day, and if that's the case, that's all right. We gotta. Every day is not meant to trade actively, and so we've tried to bet on the upside, bet on the downside. Depending on what we do here, though, if this fakes out, we're just gonna have to patiently wait. So I'll probably restrict my trading for maybe 10 to 15 minutes at least if this doesn't work. Because at this time we've showed up and flashed a trend on both sides and then faked out the trend each time, So it's kind of one of those things where, like, if this doesn't work, no trend's really showing up and it's neutral. It's time to kind of stop. Yeah, we got to cut that. So yeah, I mean, it's a small day. We're down like $100 or something like that. Yesterday we made 200, for instance. So again, we started a downtrend, fake that out, started an uptrend, fake that out. Right now we've got a nice, one thing that we do have that looks kind of good here though, is we got a range to attack here. If we look at the top of this, right? So here's the opening bell range. And so we do have a little bit of a range that you could capitalize on, and you essentially got to wait for it to break. If we draw this range right here, we have this range that we can wait, and again, right now we're pretty sideways and neutral, but sometimes that rectangular opening range is profitable if you could wait for the range to break. We've only been open for about 20 minutes, give or take. But again, I'm not going to bet on the downside again. We faked out on the upside and downside. We broke highs and then pulled back down and faked that out. We broke lows and then bounced back up and faked that out. So CPI is 8:30 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Yeah, so it's going to be tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, we're going to get CPI, which is inflationary data. It'll massively influence markets for sure. It'll just heavily influence markets. Again, it's probably one of our biggest streams. Like, generally speaking, for CPI, we get thousands and thousands of people show up. So with that, we get thousands of people here for the CPI every time, and it'll be craziness tomorrow, man. Especially with all the stuff going on, everybody's gonna have their eyes on the CPI report tomorrow. So y'all just be careful, Do I know what a divergence is? Of course. Divergence just means a negative correlation between something. So the dollar index can have a divergence to the stock market most of the time, 70% of the time. Negative correlation means something's trading opposite of something else. So you can have like moving average divergences, which are like looking for them to go crossing over and under each other. You can have a bunch of different ways. Again, though, Tesla and the stock market don't have a divergence with each other. Like, Tesla is dropping down, and so is the market right now. But again, we do have this range here. And again, I'm going to sit back. We're not down much at all today. And, we still got some trading left to do. But again, you can see the rectangular range that we're spotting right here. Like, this is the range we want. And so we're going to wait to see if we break on the upside, hold support and bounce, or the downside underneath that, hold that and reject is essentially what we're going to look for. And again, you can see my actual graph on Top Step here. Here's my actual profit graph. So again, we're doing pretty well on this. My job is to scale up my size. We're still trading pretty small because I just don't know how much edge there is on CPI days. But if you want to take the challenge with me, Top Step is a funded account program for futures. There's no PDT in the futures market. This is the S&P 500 that I'm trading. And I can day trade short the futures market with no PDT rule in futures. And Top Step funds traders. So if you don't have tons of money and you don't want to take on the risk of putting up 10,000 or so yourself in futures, you can try to get funded on Top Step. They give you a demo if you can hit their targets while following their rules. They fund you between 50 up to 150K with a 90% split. I think regardless of whether you get funded or not, it's going to make you a better trader, in my personal subjective opinion. They're the most legitimate funded account program prop firm style funded account program in the world. They paid out millions last year in 2021, probably way more than that because they've grown a lot over the year. Thousands of traders funded every year in 143 countries, and 97% said it made them a better trader. And I absolutely agree. Learning to trade under pressure and under rules is incredibly important. And so again, if you want to check out Top Step, great way to help support your boy and support this channel. Here is the link. That's my secret, Kyle. You know, if you want to find the data, you know, you'll have to watch the stream, sir. But yeah, we got a lot of different sources, to be honest. But yeah, choppy market. It's all good. Like I said, we made money yesterday, but the last 7 days has kind of been back and forth. Like, we're down a little bit over the last 7 days. Again, what the big misconception of trading is that every day is profitable, right? Like, you get a bunch of rookie traders here sometimes that look at my trading in the first 10 or 15 minutes and they're like, oh, this guy's losing. He sucks. It's like, bro, this is my graph, you know, trading exactly how I'm trading today. Sometimes you're just going to get chopped out. The most important thing to understand in all of this here really is that whenever you get markets like this, you have to have the discipline to stop. Like I said, after that last trade, I put myself in kind of timeout because we're just not getting anything. There's no edge here. We're completely sideways. If you look at the opening bell is right here. You know, the opening bell was right here, actually. Right. So since the opening bell, let's draw the price action. Since the opening bell, we've gone down and up and down. Right. That is literally the whole day. And now we're bouncing back up again. You know, so trying to pick a direction in all of this here is a moot point. It's going to be a losing endeavor. You know, the only way we can really get some type of identification with this is if we wait for it to do something like this, right? We wait for it to do something like, hey, let's break the bottom of that range, move up, reject that level, and then go down. And then we get a downward trend. Then we can short into these little pops or something like that. Or vice versa, we could look at the other side. We could look for a break on the upside of this, pull back, hold support, and continue in an upward trend like that. That's the only way I'm really going to feel confident in a specific direction. Because again, if you look at what we've done since the open, here's the opening bell here. We have gone down, up, right? So no edge, no trading. And again, like I said at the beginning of the day, the market, a lot of the time is apprehensive ahead of these big Fed releases, right? CPI drops tomorrow at 8:30. A lot of the time, people like big funds, big money, you got to follow the big money. Big money doesn't take big positions, big polarized positions ahead of these big releases because, again, they don't know what's going to happen during this release. And so that usually leads up to kind of a choppy, indecisive, neutral day ahead of these big releases. And so, you know, this is why I've been trading small. Like a lot of the time I'll take 4 or 5 contracts in the micro or 1 or 2 contracts at the regular. Today I took 2 max, right? I never took over 2. We traded very small because, again, it's just kind of one of those days where you might not get some favorable price action. And so it's really important to understand, traders, you know, your skill in trading is not your actual trading. Your skill is the discipline you have in order to acknowledge that there's no choppy or there's no good market and step away, right? New traders will keep trading this over and over and over and over again. They'll keep losing. They'll get more frustrated. They're double their size. And that just kind of causes them to lose long-term, right? Experienced traders might try to trade it at first. If they lose a little bit, they'll say, hey, look, the market's not really great. Let's take a step back and wait for something better to show up. If nothing better shows up, then we'll just cut out. Todd, just a little fair warning here, bro. Since you've been in the stream, you have said I told you so a number of different times, you know, critical of me saying something or not saying something. And again, in the end, it just kind of gets to be a little bit guru-ish, brother. So just a friendly warning, bro, you know, be easy, man. It'll be okay. Market is starting to test these lows here. We just broke the low. So now we can kind of look for what we said, which is for a little bit of a bounce. If we bounce, we'll short into it. If not, again, we'll just patiently wait. Yeah, it's not that you're critical, bro. Like I said, friendly warning, man. I try to really be patient with people here. But again, like just to put it into perspective, anytime I hear somebody consistently trying to say, I told you so, I immediately start tuning that person out, you know. Again, you might be right or wrong about whatever, but generally people that do that, they'll say, hey, the market's going to go up. And then when it doesn't, they won't mention it, right? But then if they say, hey, the market's going to go down and it does go down, then they bring it up, right? So it's just kind of one of those things where it's just kind of like, you know, it's all love here though, bro. I'm not really trying to rag on you too much, man. It's all good. All right, so we broke the lows, but we immediately pivoted back up towards these levels. I won all the juice. Hey, what's up, Tyler? Yeah, CPI will be interesting. You know, CPI tomorrow will be interesting. Again, we got to wait for it. Again, we broke the range here low. And again, as we said a few times, we broke the range low, and then we had this big down wick here. You know, that just means that, like, we can bet on a downward trend right now. But the likelihood of us coming back up is not, I wouldn't say is enormous. I think we're probably going to keep trending down like that right here. But this upwick makes me stop trading it. You know, this upwick says, hey, there's buying pressure coming in, right? And so because of that, Meta starting to actually bounce back up. It's testing that 103 level. Tesla down to 190s. Hey, what's up, JT? Hey, good morning, bro. All right, so again, we're bouncing back up. We could short this, bet on the upward trend here, and I think I will now. Because we got the range break on the bottom, and then we're signaling a negative trend or a downward trend, but very, very small size. All right, starting to get a breakdown. All right, so we just cut it, made about $15. So again, we got a little bit of a better trend there. Took a little bit of profit on the upside. Yeah, for sure. If you don't stop yourself from trading every day, again, one of the biggest edges, and I say this all the time, one of the biggest edges you can have in the market is your ability to step away. Again, every trader is going to get stuck in chops sometimes. It's an inevitable thing. It's not escapable. Like, it's going to happen, you know? And so the big edge that you can have is your ability to say, hey, look, this market sucks. I'm stepping away. I'm not going to trade it anymore. You know, and again, you're going to get tempted. Every time I say, hey, guys, I'm closing it down early, I just don't like the price action. Everybody's like, no, John, wait, don't go. Keep looking at charts. The more you look at charts, the more you're going to want to trade. The more you want to trade, the less disciplined you are. And so in that regard, you know, it's kind of one of those things where I got to just kind of be patient. We're going to take 2 contracts into this now. You got to be patient and just wait for edge. If there's no edge, don't trade it. A little bit of a breakdown here. The only thing I don't like is the down wicks right at the lows here. So the down wicks are not really, I don't really like the way those look. Oh, I didn't get filled on that. That sucks here. Where's my fill? Bro, get out of the way. How do I get rid of this? Bro. Okay. That was bad. How do I get rid of that though? How do you get rid of this limit order? Oh, there's the exit. Don't show that again. Okay. Well, kind of worst case scenario there. As I was trying to figure out how to get rid of that order so I could attack it again, the market just squeezed up. So worst case scenario there, you know, but that's all right. Again, kind of confirmation in choppy market. So yeah, we're down like $150. Yesterday we made 200 or give it just a little bit under that. And so we did make some money yesterday. And we'll see about today. Again, right now, we're still in that range that we drew. If we look at it. And again, the more we do this, the less likely we are to keep attacking it. If we look at this here, again, since the market opened, this is the price action. You know what I mean? So we could look for a VWAP rejection here. There's the VWAP. Yeah, today's not really the best day for it. Now, again, very choppy day. Your goal today is to keep your losses small if you trade. Wholesale sales came out. I think that influenced everything. That's kind of what I got caught in. Man, I should have seen that coming. That's my fault completely. Wholesale inventories dropped. They came out at 0.6 versus 0.8, previous 0.8. We're going to put these numbers up in chat so you guys can see them. But that is what actually stopped me out of this. I would have cut it before. I was trying to figure out how to cut it on Quant Tower. I'm not used to limit orders on Quant Tower. I'm used to just using market orders. And so that's kind of my mistake there. But yeah, we're putting those numbers up on chat for wholesale inventories. They came in higher than expected for wholesale sales, which is probably going to be seen as a negative thing for the inflationary market we're currently in. Wholesale inventories came in at 0.6 versus 0.8% expected. Yeah, that's kind of what's going on. Everybody's nervous about CPI. They're scared for sure. But again, we just got this neutral action. Again, opening bell was here, right? And we literally got this type of action since the opening bell. So just not really much edge. And again, probably sound like a broken record, but your job is to trade small if you're going to trade like I am, or not trade at all. It's probably a little bit more ideal than what I'm doing here. Market's starting to break over volume weighted average price. So once we're over this yellow line, it starts to trend a little bit more towards a bull trend. Yeah, Meta's ripping up. That's what's dragging the market up is Meta right now. Meta's up to 103.65, so 104s almost. Again, remember, CPI drops tomorrow, guys. That's going to be a big influence here. Yeah, I ended up swing trading Meta, and it's the one swing trade I lost on. If I would have stayed in it, of course, I would have made money, it looks like. But I don't think I could really look at it from that perspective. I don't think that's the healthy way to look at it. I think understanding that you're going to be wrong and miss out on profits sometimes, you know, and that's a normal thing. What matters the most is your history and track record, right? And with my swing trades, I've made money on every single one of them. Out of like 8, I've only lost 1 over the last like 2 months. So like I'm doing really good with my swing trades to the point now where I'm starting to consider really scaling up my size. Because I have the account size to do so. You know, we got about 120K in buying power I could use. I got to look at the rules for TOS with holding overnight. Most of the time I don't buy anything over the amount of cash I have in my account. But my swing trades have actually been good enough to where it's really something I got to consider because I've been making money swing trading. You know, I think anybody that watches the swing trading I do here, like the trades I get involved with, I lost one. I actually lost on Coinbase. I don't know if I'd call that a swing trade. It was actually a day trade, but you know, I did lose on that on TOS. Yeah, but that's why they're going up, James. James said, aren't they firing 11,000 people? Yeah, so they're laying off 11,000 people, but the reason they're moving positively from that is because they're going to save money to an extent by doing so. You know, so they're saving money by doing so, and that's what's causing the big bull action. All right, guys, SPY starting to bounce back up. Yeah, so SPY broke 380 highs. So SPY just broke over highs. Again, we're not quite up there. We're kind of hitting the 200 moving average right now of the SPY. And so we're not really at the level now where I'd buy it. Again, what's dragging Meta up right now, though, or what's dragging the market back up is Meta. Meta's up to 104s. So Meta is just flying up right now at 104.02s. So that is kind of what's dragging the SPY up right now as we speak. So again, be careful today, guys. It's one of those days where we're going to get some weirdness from the CPI report. Choppy action, neutral activity, apprehensive trading, low liquid market, you know. And so just be careful. You can take positions, just be patient. And if you do trade, I would recommend trading small today just because there's just not a, you know, generally speaking, on average, if you look at every day leading up to big FOMC meetings or CPI reports and stuff like that, generally speaking, it's pretty low edge days in broad markets. Yeah, 8:30 tomorrow. The Dixie is currently probably fallen down with the SPY strength. I'm sure they have an inverse negative correlation most of the time. Yeah, Dixie's testing 110, which is great for it. Hopefully this is all a good foreshadowing into the CPI report tomorrow. Like, hopefully this is just all leading into good CPI data. All right, so we broke over the 200 moving average on the SPY here. We're starting to kind of dip below it now. Let's see if we hold 380.28 on the SPY is the 200 moving average. And so you can also see this previous support level that we have here, kind of identifying the range in the SPY. So we'll see if we hold that support area right here, which is kind of something that happens. No, I'm not going to trade anything ahead of earnings like that, Aki. It's just not really my style of trading. It's just too risky, to be completely honest, with how I trade. I don't like taking any big positions ahead of earnings, or ahead of CPI or anything like that. It's just too risky. All right, so we're pulling back to that support level, breaking underneath it, so we didn't hold. Especially if we go back underneath the VWAP, guys, that's the sign to just abandon trading for me today. And that's possible. Like, look at that rip up. Did we get some data come out today? No, nothing yet. Huge rip up on the SPY and then a big retracement back, but strength here. We're right around the 200 moving average as well. Yeah, for sure. That's why I add them. Sometimes I'll jump in after they're released. A lot of the time, one of my strategies is I'll wait for a company to overreact negatively to earnings. So like Disney, for instance, had a big drop after earnings. I bought it at like 93s and then I sold it at like 94 plus after the earnings drop. So sometimes I'll wait for like big overreactions in earnings and then take some positions based off of that. This is a strong side here, though. We'll take one contract. Again, small. Very, very small. One contract is tiny size relative to this account. And so we'll bet the upward trend. But again, I'm not super confident in it, to be honest. Like, we'll take one little baby contract. And if we keep ripping up, great. And if not, it's not the end of the world. Meta finally starting to pull back. So I'm hit 104s. Disney started to move back up, though, so Disney's looking a little bit better. It's almost back up to 90s. EV and overextended. Yeah, potentially. All right, so we got a big rip. Again, I'm practicing using limit orders on this platform, so bear with me, guys. I gotta sell the ask price, see if it fills me. We might not have the chance to. Gotta bring down my Disney average today. Yeah, I added a little bit towards the bottoms, and so we're pretty close to break even now on the rest of it. I'm only holding, I did add towards the bottoms, though, and we're getting some nice bounce backs from that. Still pretty break even as a whole on the trade, though. Yeah, we're gonna cut this. I did like how quick I got filled on that bid order, though. I might try to do that again the next time. But again, right now we're just kind of so faked out. We might actually bounce here. This is the 200 moving average. But it's just too risky and uncertain for me, you know. Like we're actually testing the top of the range, but for now, it's just kind of the volume weighted average price is low relative to where we are now on the SPY 2. So like the VWAP's all the way down here, which means that volume didn't really follow it up. What's up, Cal? Sideways neutral action again. I mean, luckily we traded very, very small. And I guess we'll try to stream Rivian earnings today. It just depends. Meta pulling back big down to 103.50s here. Tesla breaking back under the previous close. Any risk for high risk, high reward stocks? No, I'm not really one to do that. I'm not really one to take big risk, big reward stocks. You know, I'm not much of a gambler. I'm really not. I just don't like gambling on stuff like that. I'd rather take easy but boring trades, you know, in terms of swing trades and long term, that is. Yeah, right now, hands off is probably the better move. Again, we've been trading, but we've been trading very, very, very small. Like last one, we had one contract of the micro. And so that's kind of another strategy that I use. I hope you guys can learn from it. It might seem like I'm just not being disciplined and I'm trading, but what I'm actually doing is taking very small size. And so if we lose, it's not the end of the world. I can kind of try to feel the market a little bit out. And if we lose, it's pretty small in terms of losses. And so it's one of the ways you can kind of be disciplined in your trading, but still trade some, try to judge the market. Again, right now, the market's just so choppy, man. Like the real problem today is volume specifically. Like volume has been very low in terms of like the VWAP here. If you look at the VWAP's way down here. Like in order to see volume, you ideally want to see the VWAP follow it up on the upward action. Like on the upward moves, you want to see the VWAP push up with it. Right now, it's not really, you know, it's kind of staying pretty low, which means that volume hasn't followed it up yet. Meta's pulling back though. If it bounces at 103.50s, it might look good, but again, we're kind of just sitting here. Yeah, so again, I'm probably going to close it down. I don't really see much else that I like to trade right now. And so, you know, we're probably going to close it down. I just don't see much else. We can look at like TOS and see something. But again, if you want to check out Top Step, I'm in the Top Step 150K Combine. And so we are trying to get funded in the Combine. If you want to check it out, here's the link I'll post. Again, Top Step is the most legitimate funded account program in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. If you want to check them out, here's the link. Again, there's no PDT in futures, right? So if you want to day trade the SPY like I'm doing here, again, the E-mini is on the middle. No PDT restrictions here. You can day trade, short this. You can see it does the same thing as the SPY. Tomorrow, the CPI drops. And so if you want to trade the CPI reaction, excuse me, I got the hiccups. If you want to trade the CPI reaction, you know, Top Step is a great way to get your feet wet in the futures market without taking on a lot of risk. The base one is only 130 something if you use my link and get 20% off. With that, they're going to give you a 50K demo. If you can hit 3K in profit on that 50K demo without losing over 2K total, without losing over $1,000 per day, they fund you here. So if you look at this, again, pretty reasonable ratio. You get 20% off if you use my link. The 50K demo, you got to hit 3K in profit without losing 2,000 in trailing drawdown or $1,000 max. That's a pretty reasonable ratio. Needing to hit 3K without losing over 2K, pretty reasonable ratio. Again, 5 contracts max, which is plenty if you trade the regular E-mini. That's plenty. If anything, I'd never trade that big in terms of the regular E-mini. I'm in the 150K combine, and so my loss today is even less meaningful because it's just a small loss. But again, if you want to try it out, again, there's no PDT restrictions. They're the most legitimate funded account program in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. Here's the link. Check it out. Great way to help support the channel. Hey, no worries, Tiny. Have a good day. Yeah, market's pulling back a little bit after kind of a neutral uptrend. Again, this is kind of what happens whenever the market is kind of low edge, I would say. You know, that's kind of what happens when you get a low edge market. Yeah, SPY went up to the highs, pulled all the way back to the lows. Big negative reaction here. So yeah, there's just a hard edge to capitalize on. Very neutral, very choppy. CPI drops tomorrow, guys. So remember, y'all be safe and all that. Again, CPI can be wildly influential over price action. And so it's something that you really want to be careful and not take any added risk and all that stuff, man, because it could just be chaotic in terms of the reaction in markets here for sure. Again, if you want to check out TradingView, man, Chart Prime, really useful indicator service. Again, they're a sponsor of mine as well. Great way to help support the channels by checking out Chart Prime. I'll post their links here so you can see them. If you do want to check out Chart Prime, I'll post this link here. But yeah, Chart Prime could just be powerful to use in trading as well. If you look at them, let me put their service up. Again, if you put this up, they can trade. You can trade the SPY, the E-mini. You can trade the futures market, crypto market, SPY market, all that good stuff. We can put up Apple today. And if we scroll back here, again, you can kind of see how powerful this service is. Again, it's really good at predicting bottoms here. So like, look at this bullish engulfing candle right here. Bullish engulfing candle. We get a nice little bounce from that. And again, it's really good at predicting tops and bottoms. Works really, really well if you can, you know, capitalize on it and take advantage of it. If you keep scrolling back here, you can see how accurate it is just in terms of predicting tops and bottoms here. Let me zoom out some. If you look at this, this is the best way to kind of use them, I think. If you look at the bullish engulfing candles all grouped together, we get a nice bounce. Bearish engulfing candles here, we get a nice drop. Again, bearish engulfing candle, we get a nice drop. Bearish engulfing candles together, you get a nice drop. And this is just one aspect of it. I got to get the actual Oracle up and running. Let me see if I can refresh this and get this back up and running, because this is a really easy way to use it as well. It'll automatically document support and resistance and give you a lot of cool stuff with it. So let's find it. You can kind of see if you look at like the full history of this here and see how accurate it is. Again, they do this predictive algorithm, which also tells you like which way things are going. Possible reversal down drop, possible reversal up bounce. Off and on, you could use this really, really effectively with your trading. We might take a SPY E-mini trade here real quick. All right, we just bought the SPY. Let me see if, but if you want to check out Chart Prime, I'll post this link. All right, we're going to go ahead and cut it. All right, so we did just make a little bit of money here. If you look at the graph, we got out pretty close to break even again. We bought the dip. We rode the bounce. We're down like $7, so pretty small. I did catch the bounce here. But again, if you want to check out Chart Prime, great way to help support the channel as well. You can find the link to that in the description also. Again, we got a lot of great content. Hit that subscribe button. Thank you guys so much for helping me hit 91K. I'll see you guys later for Rivian earnings. We should be trading that. And so I'll see you guys later. Love you all. Y'all be safe in this market. Remember, it can be a very choppy market right now. Y'all be safe. Later, team.